Chapter 629. On the stage, Xia Ping and Feng Qiudao stood opposite each other. Xia Ping. Feng Qiudao looked at Xia Ping. He was dressed in white and looked like a piece of jade. He said calmly, "Why didn't you listen to the advice of the course students and surrender? It would have been better for everyone. Otherwise, you would have lost today's match and offended the course students. You would have died without any benefits. You would have died without a burial." Xia Ping raised his brows. "You've also become the course student's lackey." "Lackey?" Feng Qiudao laughed. "No one in this world can make me a lackey. But they did come to me and promised me many benefits, wanting me to defeat you in the finals. But this is what I wanted to do. Even without them, I wouldn't have gone easy on you." His eyes were filled with arrogance, looking down on everyone in the world. "Go easy." Xia Ansho wanted to go easy too, but you can see what happened to him. Xia Ping retorted. "Xia Ansho. That's just an arrogant guy who thought he was invincible after having a fortuitous encounter. This was what people called small fries were like." Feng Qiudao sneered. "How can a small fry like him be compared to me, Feng Qiudao? You haven't seen how powerful a real king's bloodline is. It's not something you can compare to. But since you're so stubborn, I'll send you to hell with my own hands." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he made his move. At this moment, True Yuan vibrated behind Feng Qiudao. The air twisted and a huge flaming phoenix appeared. Terrifying red flames erupted, raising the temperature of the entire stage by a few hundred degrees. Streams of flames dripped down, instantly turning the cement floor into molten lava. At this moment, the flaming phoenix let out an earth-shattering cry. It flapped its wings and pounced towards Xia Ping. It had the power to devour the universe and suppress it. Peerless King Tier Martial Skill, 9 Strikes of the Phoenix. This martial skill was the peerless martial skill of the Feng clan. It was powerful enough to shake the world and suppress the 9 desolate lands. Once it was used, the cry of a phoenix would be heard and it could instantly kill the enemy. He even mobilized the immortal phoenix bloodline of the Feng clan to trigger the phoenix flame. Even though Feng Qiudao could only use a trace of its power, it was enough to melt titanium alloy into liquid. Earlier, Bai Qingqing was no match for the phoenix fire. The terrifying fire invaded her lungs and burned her internal organs. She couldn't expel it, so she surrendered. Mammoth Axe. Xia Ping punched out. At this moment, his entire body seemed to have transformed into an ancient mammoth. His true energy vibrated and instantly condensed into a giant axe that contained the power to split the heavens and earth. He even circulated the pure yang immortal incantation within his body, causing flames to surge out in a frenzy. They were transmitted to the giant axe, condensing into a giant flame axe that instantly evaporated the surrounding water vapor. As the axe cleaved down, it was as if the entire world was cleaved into 2 halves, forming a vacuum. How laughable! How can a mere elephant withstand the might of my undying phoenix? Feng Qiudao roared and pressed down. The attack of the undying phoenix shook the heavens and the earth, as if it could tear everything apart. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the giant elephant axe that Xia Ping had thrown out immediately crumbled into pieces. The force of the axe spread out in all directions, causing countless cracks to appear on the ground and gravel to fly in all directions. At this moment, the energy barrier immediately rose to block the shockwave. Popping sounds echoed, but it couldn't break through. This was a defense mechanism to protect the spectators. No power could leak out from the arena. However, with Xia Ping's body as the center, Dark North Body Protecting Technique activated, raising a circle of chi barrier, blocking the power of the phoenix's attack. No matter how powerful Feng Qiudao's power was, he was unable to harm him. As expected of Feng Qiudao, he can actually suppress this monster in terms of strength. A course student was overjoyed. What a joke! Feng Qiudao is a genius with the undying phoenix bloodline. He has received the most elite education since he was young and was bathed in the blood of the undying phoenix since birth. He has also fought against many kings, so his vision is not something an ordinary person can compare to. Hua Gang sneered, that brat wants to defeat Feng Chodao. I wonder how far away he is. Bathed in the blood of the undying phoenix? A core student was also very surprised, as expected of the Feng family, known as one of the invincible families. They are really rich, to be able to take out such a precious treasure. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. This is a true aristocrat, a natural-born king. I wonder how many rounds this brat can last. How many rounds can he last? 3 rounds and he will be finished. He was still acting tough here before. We asked him to admit defeat, but he didn't. Now, it's too late even if he wants to admit defeat. If he admitted defeat, he could still get some benefits, and even get the friendship of us core students. But now, he has suffered a double loss. I wonder if he is regretting it now. When the competition is over, I want to see this brat's crying face. When the time comes, even if he wants to kneel and beg for mercy, I won't forgive him. Many of the core students were gnashing their teeth. They hated Xia Ping to the core, and they couldn't wait to see Xia Ping's miserable appearance of surrendering and admitting defeat. Bang bang bang. On the stage, Xia Ping and Feng Chodao continued to exchange blows. Jin Yuan exploded, and 2 balls of energy kept colliding, producing shocking sounds. It was as if tons of explosives were exploding. If not for the defense system protecting the stage, the entire stage would have collapsed. If the 2 of them were to fight in the wild, everything within a few miles would be razed to the ground. This was no longer a fight between 2 martial masters, but 2 martial masters. On the other hand, Feng Chodao's attacks were getting more and more terrifying. The 9 strikes of the Phoenix, a peerless king-grade martial skill, had unparalleled power. It was as if 2 phoenixes were roaring in the void. He communicated with the heaven and earth Yuan Qi, triggering the phenomenon of heaven and earth. It was as if he had become one with heaven and earth, and could use the power of heaven and earth. Every time he attacked, there would be a horrifying gale. At this moment, Xia Ping was not fighting against Feng Chodao, but against heaven and earth. Admit defeat. Feng Chodao shouted, my 9 strikes of the Phoenix is a peerless martial skill. My Feng family's old ancestor once used this peerless martial skill to kill dozens of demon kings barehandedly. Once I succeed in cultivating it, I can immediately use the power of the immortal Phoenix in my body, and even become one with heaven and earth. I can use the power of the heaven and earth Yuan Qi. At that time, I will be the sky, and I will be the earth. This kind of Yuan Qi will grow and multiply, and it will never dry up. You can't stop me. As he spoke, his voice also contained spiritual waves, constantly attacking Xia Ping's confidence. It was as if he wanted to crush Xia Ping's invincible martial heart. Chapter 630. Boom! The moment Xia Ping took out the spear of hell, a hellish aura erupted with his body as the center. Ghostly wails and wolf howls filled the surroundings with the black aura of hell. He thrust his spear at Feng Chodao, leaving a trail in the void like an antelope hanging its horn, or like a shooting star streaking across the sky, finding the flaw of the Phoenix 9 barrage. Dong! The power pierced through everything. The tip of the spear was surrounded by swirling air currents, destroying everything in its path. It instantly pierced through the 2 phoenixes, causing their Yuan Qi to crumble inch by inch. A sharp force pierced through the air, trying to pierce through Feng Chodao's heart. This was the power of a bejeweled weapon. Once it was used, it reversed the situation and increased Xia Ping's combat strength by several folds. He was like a demon from hell, suppressing everything. Despicable. You're acting like a tyrant just because you have a bejeweled weapon. Can anyone do something about this? He actually brought out a bejeweled weapon. This is against the rules. Yes, immediately disqualify him from the competition. He's such a bully. Hua Gang and the other core students felt their hearts twitch. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They wanted nothing more than to snatch Xia Ping's bejeweled weapon away. He actually dared to rely on the power of a bejeweled weapon. This was simply bullying. Feng Chodao's cultivation was originally a level higher than Xia Ping's, but because of the bejeweled weapon, the gap was immediately closed and Xia Ping even had the upper hand. However, no matter how much they shouted, no one paid attention to them. There was no rule against bringing bejeweled weapons in the Tournament of Geniuses. In fact, weapons were also a part of one's strength. If one had the ability, they could naturally bring them to battle. Xia Ping, do you think you're the only one with a bejeweled weapon and I, Feng Qiudao, don't have one? My Feng family's foundation is not something you can imagine. Boom! At this critical moment, Feng Qiudao immediately took out a purple gold fan. It was the Feng family's supreme bejeweled weapon, purple gold fan. The fan seemed to depict a huge mountain range, but it was not an ordinary mountain range. It was a mountain formed by flames, called Flame Mountain. There seemed to be many mysterious runes engraved around the fan. These runes seemed to be formed by flames. They were the mystical runes of heaven and earth, as if they contained unimaginable flame power. Boom! At that moment, Feng Qiudao gripped the purple gold fan in his hand tightly and infused all of his true energy into it. Immediately, the entire fan emitted a huge purple gold flame. He swung his fan at Xia Ping. Crash! From within the violet gold fan, a massive violet gold flame appeared, quickly condensing into an undying phoenix.
It gave off a noble aura, as if it was unreachable, like a god. Even though the spectators in the spectator stands were separated by an unknown distance, many of them could feel that the undying phoenix contained a supreme pressure that was enough to oppress their souls. His eyes were also formed from flames, and they seemed to contain a terrifying might. Just staring at a certain place would cause it to burn, and nothing would be able to stop it. Kill! Killing intent burst out from Feng Qiudao's body, shaking the heaven and earth. He poured his mental energy into the undying phoenix, and it seemed as if the undying phoenix had come to life. Xiao! The undying phoenix flapped its wings and charged towards Xia Ping's hell spear. Terrifying flames erupted, sweeping everything in its path. It was as if a supervolcano was exploding. Dong! In an instant, the power that erupted from the hell spear collapsed, and the terrifying power was even transmitted to Xia Ping through the hell spear. What? Xia Ping immediately felt a tyrannical power transmitted to him, causing his perlicue to go numb. The power even transmitted to his limbs and bones, as if it was going to shatter him into pieces. Fortunately, he activated the Dark North Body Protection technique, forming an air shield that quickly dissipated the vibrating power. The vibrating power was transmitted along the ground, instantly creating a huge crater with a cracking sound. He was also pushed back dozens of meters. His hands were numb, and he could barely hold on to the hell spear. No matter what trump card you have, you're no match for me, Feng Qiudao. Feng Qiudao was unforgiving. He held the bejeweled purple gold fan in his hand, and terrifying flames emitted from his body, making him look like a phoenix. King-level superior grade martial skill, 9 strikes of the phoenix. At that moment, a huge purplish gold flame emerged from the purple gold fan, quickly condensing into undying phoenixes. In just a few breaths, there were 9 of them. These undying phoenixes appeared in different places with different postures. Some roared at the sky, some stood on one leg, some flew in the air, some were graceful, some violent, some fierce, some feminine. They surrounded Xia Ping. These undying phoenixes seemed to be divine birds born from flames. Each of them appeared on the arena, condensing into a terrifying flame vortex that spun wildly, producing a tearing force. Xia Ping was at the center of these flame vortexes, constantly being torn apart by the force. It seemed that in just a few breaths, his entire body would be torn apart. At the same time, these flames were extremely terrifying, seeming to have a trace of the power of the true phoenix fire. Once they touched one's body, they would not be extinguished, and would not stop until they burned everything to ashes. However, the pure yang immortal technique that Xia Ping cultivated was a technique of extreme yang and toughness.
He usually absorbed the essence of the sun as energy, so even though the true phoenix fire was extremely terrifying, it could not hurt him. When these flames entered his body, they even became a great supplement, continuously replenishing his body's energy. However, the power of these vortexes was extremely terrifying, and it still suppressed his body, making it almost impossible for him to move. He could only rely on the dark north body protection technique to barely withstand it. What a terrifying flame! This is the true phoenix fire. Even a grandmaster would be in great trouble if they were to touch it. A course student's expression was solemn. If he were to put himself in Xia Ping's shoes, he probably would not be able to withstand Feng Qiudao's attack. Just these flames alone could burn him to death in an instant. As expected of the direct descendant of the Feng family, he even has a treasure like the purple gold fan. Coupled with the Phoenix Sutra, it's like adding wings to a tiger. The outcome is decided. This kid has lost. Hua Gang and the rest were in a good mood, thinking that the moment Feng Qiudao took out the treasure, the purple gold fan, would be the moment the outcome was decided. This Xia Ping was already powerless. Admit defeat. With your current strength, you can't beat me, Feng Qiudao. Feng Qiudao shouted, if you're not willing, then I'll force you until you are willing. A terrifying coldness flashed in his eyes as he slammed his palm down. Immediately, the 9 immortal phoenixes let out cries, and the flames spun wildly. 9 fire vortexes spun, and the chi of heaven and earth formed a terrifying storm. An unknown force descended from the sky and crushed down, as if it was 10 times the gravity. It instantly pressed down on Xia Ping's body, causing his body to creak. It seemed like even his knees could not withstand it, and he was about to kneel on the ground. Kneel! Chapter 631. How ruthless! One of the spectators could not help but exclaim, Xia Ping was forced to kneel on the ground, and he even had to kneel before Feng Qiudao. This is probably a humiliation that he will never forget for the rest of his life. He looked at the battle in the ring. Feng Qiudao is the descendant of an invincible ruler. He was born to be a ruler and never allowed anyone to disobey him. This Xia Ping's arrogance must have completely infuriated him, which is why he did this, someone guessed. However, someone immediately sneered, wrong, very wrong. Feng Qiudao must have felt threatened by Xia Ping, so he wanted to use this opportunity to break his invincible mental state. After all, he is only a 7th-layer martial master, and he is a young man who has just entered university. Now that he is already so terrifying and can stand on the ring in the finals, what will happen in the future? Perhaps even Feng Qiudao will not be a match for him in the future. He had seen through Feng Qiudao's thoughts. Indeed, by using this opportunity to leave a shadow of failure on Xia Ping will not be able to unleash his full strength even if he faces Feng Qiudao in the future. Even if Xia Ping ascends to a ruler, he will not be able to forget what happened today. If he can't overcome today's shadow, he will never be able to pose any threat to Feng Qiudao. Vicious indeed. He is trying to get rid of a great enemy in advance. Many people nodded, agreeing with the speculations of the spectators. Just as these people had guessed, Feng Qiudao was indeed wary of Xia Ping. Feng Qiudao was the direct descendant of the Feng clan. He had been bathed in the blood of the immortal phoenix since birth, and his talent could be considered top-notch among humans. He was used to being invincible since he was young and had never met a worthy opponent. His opponents had never been those of the same generation, but those of the older generation. They were all kings. He had never tasted the feeling of failure in his life. However, after encountering Xia Ping, he immediately felt a strong sense of threat. This kid's potential seemed to be even more shocking than his, sweeping through all martial masters at the 7th-layer martial master realm. Even he, Feng Qiudao, would not be able to completely defeat this kid if he did not use his artifact. When he thought of this, he felt extremely humiliated, and a sense of failure arose in his heart. If this kid continued to improve, he might even reach the 9th layer of the martial master realm. At that time, would he not be this kid's match? Although Feng Qiudao had absolute confidence in himself, he couldn't help but doubt it after his battle with Xia Ping. Therefore, this time, he wanted to completely suppress Xia Ping, crush his martial arts mentality, and establish his, Feng Choudao's, reputation of invincibility. There was only one person in the entire human world who was undefeatable, Feng Choudao. Kneel. At the thought of this, Feng Choudao's aura grew even more terrifying. The bloodline of the undying phoenix boiled. His back, feet, hands, and even the skin of his face were covered with inscriptions. This was the unique inscription of the immortal Phoenix clan. It burned like flames and swayed crazily, as if it contained the true essence of flames and the power of rebirth through fire. As the power of the bloodline gushed out, the 9 undying phoenixes in the arena seemed to become more agile. Flames condensed, as if the undying phoenix race had been reborn. The pressure exerted on Xia Ping's body was even more terrifying. It was as if a huge mountain was crushing down on Xia Ping, wanting to squash him. The ground of the arena seemed to have caved in a few centimeters from this force. Some of the rocks were even crushed into powder. You want me to kneel? Do you think you're qualified, Feng Choudao? Xia Ping's face flushed red. His blood rushed to his head, and his veins seemed to be popping out at this moment. His bones cracked, as if his body would collapse at any moment. The moment the force reached its peak, the true yuan in Xia Ping's body circulated to its limit, continuously absorbing the power of the true phoenix fire to strengthen his body. Bang! A meridian was instantly connected, as if the door to a hidden treasure had been opened. Majestic true yuan immediately grew rapidly and surged into the newly opened meridian. 8th layer martial master. Xia Ping felt that he had finally advanced to the 8th layer martial master realm. A total of 84 meridians were connected in his body, surging like 84 rivers. At this moment, his strength, body, and true yuan were all increasing rapidly. The pressure exerted on him was also reduced by more than half. His strength had increased by a large margin. He couldn't be compared to before. What is this? Xia Ping held the Hell's Spear in his hand. When he advanced to the 8th layer martial master, his mental strength also increased greatly. The Hell's Spear immediately trembled, emitting boiling heat. The inscriptions on it trembled, as if the demons suppressed in the depths of the Hell's Spear were released. The terrifying power of Hell spread in all directions, forming a huge aura. At the same time, a majestic wave of information surged into Xia Ping's mind. It was an image of Hell, and each word of Hell emitted a chaotic, sacred, and chaotic aura. He stood there, as if he could see a demon god holding the Hell's Spear and executing a set of supreme martial arts. With a thrust, countless demons in the surroundings were stabbed to death and suppressed on the spot. One spear after another seemed to form a terrifying aura in the void. Such a move was exquisite, as if it was a martial art from Hell, as if it was a battle method created for battle. Such a martial art seemed to have surpassed the king realm and reached an unbelievable realm. Ah! Suddenly, a trace of blood seemed to flow out of Xia Ping's eyes, mouth, and ears. This was because there was too much information, and with his current soul, he couldn't accept it at all. If he reluctantly accepted it, his entire soul would collapse. However, the Hell's Spear didn't seem to care about this. Because Xia Ping activated the inheritance above, it transmitted it down in one go. This was the cruelty of the Hell's Spear's selection of successors. He had to be strong enough. If he wasn't strong enough, he would die. From ancient times to the present, it was unknown how many martial artists had self-destructed because they couldn't withstand the installation of such martial arts. Beep beep. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded, detected a set of Hell martial art, Hell's 18 spears. The grade cannot be determined. May I ask the host if he wants to spend 10 million hatred points to accept the complete inheritance? Spend. Xia Ping immediately said. If he didn't spend it, his entire head would explode, so there was no reason for him to be reluctant. Moreover, he had 50 million hatred points on him, so spending 10 million was nothing. Immediately, the majestic information was immediately surrounded by a mass of energy, and then a large amount of information was sealed in the deepest part of his mind. Some simple information was left in Xia Ping's mind, allowing him to observe and be enlightened. Chapter 632. Hell-suppressing demon spear. This was a peerless martial art from hell. It seemed to be an unparalleled spear art used by the gatekeepers of hell to suppress demon gods. Every single move had the power to pierce through demon gods. It could be said that this spear art was born for killing. Together with the hell spear, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Its power was not as simple as 1 plus 1, but a geometric increase. Originally, with Xia Ping's current cultivation base, he would not be able to accept such an inheritance. However, with the help of the system, he was able to seal most of the profoundness of the martial art. When his cultivation base was strong enough, he would unseal it bit by bit and comprehend the profoundness of this unparalleled spear art step by step. However, even though he had only gained a superficial understanding of it, Xia Ping felt that his strength had increased tremendously. Gripping the hell spear tightly, he felt like he was a prison guard from hell, capable of suppressing demon gods. What? At this moment, Feng Qiudao sensed the terrifying aura that was rapidly increasing from Xia Ping's body, and he was instantly shocked and terrified in his heart. He clearly sensed that this kid's martial Dao cultivation had broken through, and he had already advanced to the 8th level of the martial master realm. Fuck, freak, this kid is a freak. One of the spectators immediately shouted, unable to believe his eyes. Are you kidding me? Another breakthrough at the last moment. Is he trying to defy the heavens? He clearly remembered that this kid Xia Ping had done something like this in the first round of the survival competition. He had broken through during the battle with Lu Chao and reached the 7th layer of the martial master realm. He had thought that it was a miracle and could not happen again. He did not expect it to happen again. Furthermore, he had broken through to the 8th layer of the martial master realm. This kid. In the spectator stands, Lu Chao was also speechless as he looked at Xia Ping in the arena. He had fought with this kid before, so he couldn't be any clearer about his strength. His potential was simply limitless. Although Feng Qiudao was very strong, he was still lacking compared to a monster like this. If a comparison had to be made, Feng Qiudao was a monster with unparalleled talent. However, Xia Ping was cheating. They were not on the same level at all. This is an illusion. It has to be an illusion. Illusion my ass. This kind of aura can't fool anyone. He made a breakthrough and reached the 8th layer of the martial master realm. Damn it, wasn't he just at the 7th layer of the martial master realm? How did he cultivate so fast? Even if he took pills, he wouldn't be able to cultivate so fast. There's no justice in this world. Doesn't he have a bottleneck? Do you know what a bottleneck is? Breaking through so quickly every day, are you trying to scare people to death? The audience was dumbfounded. Even though they had seen many geniuses, they had never seen someone like Xia Ping, who broke through as easily as drinking water. The so-called martial Dao bottleneck did not seem to exist at all. This. Hua Gang and the rest were in despair. Previously, they had thought that Feng Qiudao would definitely win. They were even planning on popping champagne to celebrate. Who would have thought that this kid would suddenly make a comeback and break through to the 8th firmament of the martial master realm, greatly increasing his strength? Even if they exhausted their imaginations, they could not imagine such a thing. It was too exaggerated. Why is your boyfriend like this, breaking through at the drop of a hat? How can he let others live? Su Mei was dumbfounded. She was also stunned by the scene and did not know what to say. Qiuxiu was also speechless. Although she was confident that Xia Ping would be the champion, she did not expect such a thing to happen. This was not the way she had imagined him to win. Qiuxiu, if you don't like him, perhaps you can really let him be my brother-in-law and have a marriage alliance with my Su clan. Su Mei's beautiful eyes flickered, emitting a trace of light. A monstrous genius like this must have an extremely shocking bloodline. If he could marry a woman from the Su clan, who knows what kind of terrifying talent would be born. Just thinking about it made one tremble. If she reported this matter to the elders of the Su clan, they would probably agree. After all, to have such a son-in-law, it was like adding wings to a tiger to the Su clan. However, she did not know if her sister Su Ji would agree. Up to you, Qiu said snappily. However, she also knew that this was the way of thinking of big clans. She reckoned that after this competition, Xia Ping would receive many invitations to have a marriage alliance. There might even be women who would throw themselves into Xia Ping's arms in order to obtain his genes. This kind of thing was not impossible in the current human world. After all, giving birth to a descendant with the talent of a king was no less than winning a prize of over $1 trillion. This was a business with low capital but high profits. Any businessman would know how to calculate. On the stage, the wind and clouds changed. With his body as the center, Xia Ping's surging aura formed an aura field. In an instant, the flames condensed by the undying phoenix were dispersed. Still want to make a comeback? Feng Qiudao roared, this is impossible. Do you think you can fight against me, Feng Qiudao, just because you made a breakthrough and advanced to the 8th level of the martial master realm? You must be dreaming. Even if you advance to the 9th level of the martial master realm, you will still not be a match for me, Feng Qiudao. Peerless King Tier Martial Skill, Phoenix 9 Strikes. In the blink of an eye, Yang Qi's energy doubled in power, and his energy arts surged to the limit. His skin began to split open, and blood began to ooze out. However, this wasn't blood, but purple lava. It seemed like Feng Qiudao had turned into an undying phoenix. Even his life form had changed. An undying phoenix tattoo appeared on his back and gave off a dazzling glow. He gave off a sacred, noble, and almost unsurpassable aura. He was like a creature that stood at the top of the universe. Boom! Feng Qiudao's attack flew out and the 9 undying phoenixes fused into one. Their energy was highly condensed, and all the flames intertwined to form a 10-meter-tall phoenix. Roar! The undying phoenix elegantly flapped its wings. Its entire body was made of fire energy, and every feather seemed to be made of pure fire energy. When the flames fell, not even a blade of grass could survive within 100 miles. The sky was filled with cannon fire. The audience was horrified. They didn't expect Feng Qiudao to still not use his full strength. Even when he was fighting Bai Qingqing, he hadn't used his full strength. However, when he was fighting Xia Ping, he felt endless threat. There was no need to waste words, he immediately used all his power to fight Xia Ping to the death. Feng Qiudao can fight above his level. All the grandmasters present couldn't help but feel a trace of shock as they looked at Feng Qiudao's attack in horror. They couldn't be blamed for thinking like this, because the power of this attack had almost reached the grandmaster realm. Even a beginner grandmaster would not be able to resist it and would die upon contact. Not a match. Who do you think you are talking to? Chapter 633. As Xia Ping drew on his energy arts and poured true energy into the Hell Spear, it created an energy field that could shake mountains. Cracking sounds could be heard as Feng Qiudao's energy shield began to show signs of cracking. Feng Qiudao's 9 phoenix strikes was indeed powerful. With one attack, 9 fire vortexes appeared. These vortexes absorbed origin energy like crazy and poured it into Feng Qiudao's body, reaching a state of endless growth. As long as Feng Qiudao's body could hold on, he could fight forever. It was like he had 9 more Dantian Seas that constantly provided him with energy. Even though Bai Qingqing had the 7 orifice exquisite body, 7 Dantian Seas, and her true essence was enough to suppress her peers, she still lost to Feng Qiudao. This kind of power could be called invincible. It was not an illusion to say that Feng Qiudao was invincible among his peers. However, it was a pity that Xia Ping had reached the 8th heaven of martial master. Just his cultivation level was higher than Feng Qiudao's. Moreover, Xia Ping had the golden crow of hell bloodline. It was not something someone like Feng Qiudao, who only had a sliver of the immortal phoenix bloodline, could compare to. His power was comparable to a divine beast cub. Furthermore, now that he had obtained the Hell Spear's martial arts, his knowledge of martial arts had increased tremendously. Now that he was in a commanding position, he no longer viewed Feng Qiudao as a worthy opponent. Now Xia Ping knew that this hell spear was the weapon of a prison guard in the mythical hell. For some reason, it had fallen into this world. It contained the inheritance of a hell martial art. Even though it was just the inheritance of a prison guard, it was still a martial art that could kill a demon god. It was much stronger than a king martial art. The moment he learned it, he immediately felt his martial arts increase by several levels. Kill! Xia Ping stabbed out with the spear. The entire hell spear gave off a powerful aura of hell. It covered the sky and howled like ghosts. It was as if there were countless demon gods in pain. Numerous fiend god phantoms faintly appeared on the spear. These were the vengeful souls of the fiend gods that had been killed by the hell spear, and they were filled with boundless pain and resentment. However, the power of this resentment was suppressed and fused into the spear. The resentment of these demon gods became the energy of the hell spear. It could be said that the more demon gods this spear killed, the stronger it became. What is this power? Immediately, Feng Qiudao was overwhelmed with shock. When Xia Ping's spear pierced out, it was as if the aura of the entire world had gathered at the tip of the spear, containing a terrifying suppressive force. This spear was powerful enough to pierce through everything. Dong! The undying phoenix's body was immediately pierced by the spear. A large hole appeared on its body, and no power could block it. Even the tip of the spear became a vacuum. Then, it let out a howl and its entire body split into pieces. Flames erupted in all directions, burning the ground and turning it into magma. How could this be? Feng Qiudao simply couldn't believe his own eyes. Even if the body of the undying phoenix condensed from his phoenix 9 strikes was destroyed by the enemy, it could reform in a few breaths' time. This was immortality, endlessness. However, when the hell spear pierced over, it contained a terrifying suppressive force. It seemed to be circulating with the aura of hell, and it was enough to suck away one's soul. In an instant, the undying phoenix's body was completely destroyed. Even if he wanted to reform it again, it would take more than 10 times the time. However, how could Feng Qiudao know that this was not a martial art of the mortal world, but a martial art of hell? It was a killing move inherited from the hell prison guards, specifically used to slay demonic gods. One could well imagine how terrifying these demonic gods that wanted to crawl out from hell were. Each of them possessed world-shaking power. Without peerless martial power, how could the hell prison guards manage? What kind of martial art is this? It seems to be able to distort one's psyche and suppress the universe. I can feel a boundless power of hell. It is indestructible. In the face of this power, I feel like I'm incomparably small and weak. The king tiers in the VIP seats were astonished as well. They clearly sensed a psychic fluctuation that could distort space. This hell spear erupted with a soul-stirring might. It seemed like even the king tiers couldn't block this spear. Of course, this was merely a mental illusion. In truth, such power couldn't even scratch the skin of a king tier. However, it was enough to make a king tier feel this way. It was enough to show how terrifying this martial art was. It was beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and it wasn't a power that martial masters could block. So what if you're the undying phoenix? My hell-suppressing demon spear can even kill demonic gods and devour their souls. You can't block it. A huge psychic power surged out from Xia Ping's body. It seemed to be tainted with a hint of hell's aura, and it contained a divine might. Boom! Another spear pierced out. It streaked across the sky like a shooting star falling onto the earth. It was also like the radiance of the North Pole. It disappeared in an instant. Damn it! Feng Qiudao immediately felt as if he was being chased by the god of hell. The spear pierced over. It clearly hadn't reached him yet, but the aura of hell had enveloped his entire body. He felt as if he had turned into the undying phoenix, but he was still being roasted by the chains forged by the hell prison guards. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from these powers. It was as if he was a prisoner at this moment, waiting to be trampled upon. Phoenix soars to the sky. At this moment, Feng Qiudao unleashed his strongest power. Flames vibrated, instantly shattering the energy lock. He seemed to have turned into a phoenix, trying to dodge the attack of the spear. But how could the hell-suppressing demon spear be blocked so easily? It was like the god of death, staring at someone who was destined to die. It was like fate. If the king of hell wanted you dead at midnight, who would dare to stay until midnight? This was a sure-kill spear. It streaked across the sky at a speed 10 times faster than the speed of sound. It arrived in the blink of an eye. Even a peak martial master wouldn't be able to react in time. Martial artists who had just entered the master realm would be stunned, unable to react. Bang! The spear pierced through Feng Qiudao's protective energy shield in an instant, shattering like an egg. The horrifying sharp force continued to penetrate, and in the next second, it pierced through his abdomen. The entire spear flew out, nailing him to the wall of the arena. Blood flowed out from his abdomen, spreading along the hell spear. However, it didn't drip down. Instead, it was absorbed by the spear. Like a devouring beast, it greedily absorbed the blood, and its aura continued to grow. What a powerful spear technique! Feng Qiudao's eyes widened as he stared at Xia Ping, as if he couldn't believe that he had been defeated just like that. Boom! In the next second, his entire body was surrounded by white light, and he instantly disappeared from his original spot, leaving only the hell spear stuck in the wall. Its tail was buzzing and trembling. Chapter 634. He won. Xia Ping actually won. One of the spectators was dumbfounded. Xia Ping was clearly at a disadvantage before, but he suddenly broke through to the 8th tier of the martial master realm and turned the tables, completely defeating Feng Qiudao. The changes happened so quickly that they were overwhelmed. What a joke! Feng Qiudao actually lost? A peak 9th tier martial master with the bloodline of the immortal phoenix and the bejeweled purple gold fan lost? There's no helping it. This kid is simply a monster. He can't be measured with common sense. He actually broke through to the 8th tier of the martial master realm in the middle of the competition. This is too ridiculous. I have to admit that he does indeed have the power to suppress heaven and earth. He is truly worthy of being the champion. Many of the spectators sighed. Among them, there were indeed some who were not convinced by Xia Ping. But now, they had no choice. Even Feng Qiudao had lost. What else could they do? There was no way to cheat in the arena. One could only rely on pure strength. Xia Ping had also proven that he had the strength to become the champion. Those who were not convinced were all eliminated. It's over. It's all over this time. When the system announced Xia Ping's victory, one of the core students in the spectator stands immediately slumped in his seat. His face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. This was because Xia Ping's victory meant that they had lost the bet with Qiushu and Feng Hatang. Not only did they lose their most precious treasures, but they also lost most of their money. Cheating. That kid must have cheated. Otherwise, how could he have broken through and defeated Feng Qiudao? I request the organizers to immediately investigate and see if that kid has taken drugs. A core student yelled in a frenzy. This was because he had invested heavily in the bet and borrowed tens of billions from the bank. Now that he had lost it all, he had no way of paying it back. This was basically going bankrupt. One could imagine how furious he was right now. He even had the thought of killing Xia Ping. That's right. He must have cheated. He was still a 7th tier martial master before, and now he's already an 8th tier martial master. No one would believe that there's nothing fishy about this. Even driving a flying ship isn't as fast as his cultivation speed. Immediately investigate this kid. I guarantee that we will be able to find a lot of evidence of his crimes. I refuse to accept this. Let that kid fight with Feng Qiudao again. Hua Gang and the others gnashed their teeth and roared in the audience, hoping that the organizers would let Xia Ping fight another match. It would be best if Xia Ping was judged to have lost the match. Hua Gang, Chao Jingbin. Qiushu looked at this group of people indifferently. Don't embarrass yourselves here. If you lose, then you lose. Why are you causing trouble here? This will only make others look down on you. Don't tell me you don't even have the moral character to admit defeat? She wasn't afraid that this group of core students would go back on their words, because she had already found the government to act as a notary and placed the treasures of both sides in the bank's treasury. Once the winner was decided, they would be able to obtain these treasures from the treasury. Therefore, it was impossible for these core students to back out even if they wanted to, because these treasures were no longer in their hands. You! Hua Gang and the others gnashed their teeth, and their expressions were extremely ugly. However, they were unable to say anything because they had indeed lost this time, and it was a crushing defeat. The result had already been decided. Another match was impossible. Even if they were kings, they couldn't change the result of this match. If they continued to make trouble, the ones who would get into trouble would only be them. Qiushu, count yourself lucky this time. You won't be so lucky next time. Dao Bailon coldly snorted. She immediately stood up from her seat, and without turning her head back, she turned and left. She seemed to not want to continue staying in this atmosphere of losers. Qiushu, you've earned a lot this time. I'm so envious. Su Mei was very envious. Now that she had obtained so many treasures from the core students, she had simply become rich overnight. Even if she was a direct descendant of the Su family, it was still very difficult for her to find so many treasures. Not to mention that some of these treasures couldn't be bought even with money. They were priceless. Let's go. Qiushu didn't say anything else. She turned and left, and Su Mei followed. And in the audience, only Hua Gang and the other core students with ashen faces remained. They clenched their fists so tightly that their fingernails were embedded into their flesh. A large amount of blood seeped out, and the pain seeped into their bones. Beep! In the arena, Xia Ping's communicator also rang. He turned it on and immediately saw that his bank had transferred 770 billion federal coins. Obviously, the bank judged that he had won and also won the bet. Naturally, the money had been transferred to his account. Now, the total amount in his bank had reached 1540 billion. Such an amount would probably scare a group of people to death. It was comparable to the wealth of a large family. It could be said that Xia Ping was now a family. It was not an exaggeration to say that his wealth could rival that of a country. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a group of reporters immediately rushed up from below the arena. The entire Sky Realm, hundreds of media outlets, and hundreds of news reporters swarmed up, surrounding Xia Ping so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. At the same time, the director, camera, lighting engineer, microphone, and so on all appeared. Now, Xia Ping was the center of attention. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on him. Mr. Xia, congratulations on winning the Genius Tournament. I heard that you're the youngest champion in the history of the Genius Tournament. You've already broken the historical record. Mr. Xia, what do you think about winning the championship this time? Many reporters handed over their microphones to him, interviewing him crazily. I'm honored and happy, Xia Ping said casually. First of all, I have to thank my parents. If they didn't give birth to me, I wouldn't be where I am now. It's a kindness that I can't repay in my lifetime. Secondly, I have to thank the teachers in school. If it weren't for their careful teaching and strict training, I wouldn't have such a solid foundation in martial arts and improved so quickly. I have to thank my enemies. If it weren't for their relentless pursuit and malicious mischief, I wouldn't have improved so quickly, and I wouldn't have the motivation to become stronger. Right, I also have to thank my friends. They've helped me a lot. At the same time, I want to thank my neighbors. They've done a lot for me. I also have to thank my previous girlfriends. They taught me the responsibility of being a man and made me a real man. Finally, I want to add 3 more points. He spoke eloquently for half an hour, thanking countless people. Hearing that Xia Ping wanted to add 3 more points, the reporters' faces turned green. They immediately interrupted him. Otherwise, it would probably take an hour for him to give a speech. Mr. Xia, as for gratitude, let's talk about it later. A reporter quickly interrupted Xia Ping and said, we still want to know something else. Can you answer us? Chapter 635. Hearing Xia Ping finally shut up, the other reporters immediately breathed a sigh of relief. A reporter couldn't wait to ask, Mr. Xia, it is said that you were in Yanhuang Star when you were in high school. When you graduated from high school, you were only in the martial warrior realm. Now, you have been promoted to the 7th heaven of martial master. The speed of your progress is really scary. I wonder how Mr. Xia dealt with the bottleneck period. As soon as this sentence came out, not only the reporters, but also the audience on TV and the course students in the audience held their breath. At this moment, the ratings were off the charts. It couldn't be helped. Xia Ping's speed of progress was simply scary. Breaking through was as easy as eating and drinking. If there was no secret behind it, no one would believe it. If they could learn a little, they might benefit for the rest of their lives, so everyone was very concerned. Bottleneck? Xia Ping blinked his eyes. What do you mean by bottleneck? Is there such a thing as a bottleneck in the world? I'm sorry, I've never encountered a bottleneck in my life, so I don't know how to deal with it. This. The reporter was stunned, and the audience watching the live broadcast was also stunned. They didn't expect Xia Ping to say such a thing. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. The corners of Hui Gang and the others' mouths twitched. Which martial artist in the world hadn't encountered a bottleneck? This kid was no exception. But now, he actually said that he had never encountered a bottleneck. He was clearly showing off. The problem was that they couldn't deny Xia Ping's words because Xia Ping's progress was really too fast. If there was a so-called bottleneck, it might not be possible for him to progress so fast. However, these words were too arrogant. Some martial artists who had been stuck in a bottleneck for many years wanted to beat this kid to death. Why was the gap between people so big? Wasn't it obvious that he was mocking them? A reporter felt that the situation was not good. He coughed and immediately asked another question, Mr. Xia, during the live broadcast, we found that your fist technique has also reached the acme of perfection, and you have also cultivated a protective technique. I wonder if you have any secrets for your cultivation to be so fast. He looked at Xia Ping, wanting to ask for the secret. Take pills. Xia Ping said casually, it's best to take those top-grade pills. Take as many as you have. At the same time, it's best to supplement those 1,000-year-old elixirs and 10,000-year-old elixirs to temper the muscles and bones. It's guaranteed to have a miraculous effect. By the way, the effects of the water of life are also pretty good. I suggest that everyone buy some online and consume it. That way, your cultivation will progress by leaps and bounds. This is how I usually cultivate. I drink one portion of the water of life and then take a bath. This is very effective. Everyone, go and try it out when you get home. He gave his own advice on cultivation. Bullshit. Try your sister. Hearing this, the crowd of spectators all cursed loudly, wanting to spit on this brat's face. Who didn't know that consuming medicinal pills and elixirs was good and could allow one to improve at lightning speed? A top-grade medicinal pill was equivalent to a few years of their cultivation, saving them a lot of effort. The question is, can they afford it? One had to know that a top-grade pill could easily cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of federal dollars. Ordinary people could only sigh at the sight of pills. If anything happened, they could only endure it. Where would they have the spare money to buy pills? It was already good enough to have money to go to school and have 3 meals. Moreover, this fellow actually suggested that they buy some water of life. Buy your balls. Do you know the price of the water of life? One portion is worth 100 billion federal dollars. This kind of treasure, even a king's family would find it hard to use, let alone an ordinary martial artist. You want to drink one portion and take a bath, soak your balls. If they can afford to buy the water of life, do you think they won't buy it? You don't need to give advice, this bastard is clearly standing and talking without feeling pain. This fellow is like an ancient emperor asking those starving peasants why they don't eat minced meat. Truly, a well-fed man doesn't know the hunger of a starving man. Many people wanted to jump in front of the screen and beat this brat up. Even some course students' faces were very black and wanted to hammer him. This bastard! Su Ji and the other students of Yanhuang University also saw this scene. They felt very speechless. As expected of a hateful bastard. Every word made their temples bulge and their teeth itch. Ahem, as expected of Mr. Xia. What a good suggestion. A reporter immediately changed the topic. However, Mr. Xia has cultivated to the 7th level of martial master. He has been cultivating for more than 10 years. I wonder if he has any martial arts experience that he can share with everyone so that everyone can refer to it? Xia Ping thought for a moment and said earnestly, I suggest that everyone cultivate a little slower. Don't cultivate too fast. Advancing to the 1st level in a month is already considered a good cultivation speed. Like me, I'm always vexed that my cultivation is too fast, so I force myself to cultivate a little slower. This way, I have time to go out and see the outside world. After all, this world is not only about martial arts cultivation. There are many other beautiful things. Moreover, striking a balance between work and rest is also beneficial to the body and mind. Silence. When these words were said, the scene was silent. The surrounding people were completely speechless. Everyone's mouth twitched. Why is this person so annoying? Why do I want to hammer him so much? Su Mei also watched the live broadcast. When she heard Xia Ping's words, she grimaced and had the urge to hit someone. That's a good sentence. I feel the same way. Qiushu also expressed the same feeling. When she saw Xia Ping speaking on TV, she couldn't suppress the urge to beat him up. She was obviously a very calm person before and wouldn't get angry easily. In fact, it wasn't just them. The audience present all felt the same way. It's good to cultivate a little slower. There's a balance between work and rest. Mr. Xia's words are really insightful and admirable. A reporter grimaced and the corner of his mouth twitched. He forced himself to say these words. The surrounding reporters were all very impressed. As expected of an old man with rich experience, he could even say such words when he wanted to vomit. What else do you want to ask? Just ask. Speak freely. Xia Ping was very generous. He expressed that he had no secrets and could say anything. No, we are already very clear about Mr. Xia's strength. We'll talk next time. A group of reporters grimaced. They were afraid that if they continued to ask, there would be a riot at the scene. You're welcome. Continue asking. I'm a very direct person. I'll say whatever I want to say. Xia Ping was a little unsatisfied. You're welcome. We really have nothing to ask. A group of reporters was very sullen. It was the first time they met a guy who didn't want to ask the other party questions. At this time, the staff came up and said that the award ceremony had begun. They asked the reporters to leave, and Xia Ping went up to receive the award. Chapter 636. On the podium. At this moment, the Sun Moon City Lord, Ho Hanyang, and a group of kings were standing there. They looked at Xia Ping with a kind expression, as if they were looking at their own juniors. Congratulations on winning the championship. As expected, heroes are born in the youth. The future of humanity will have to depend on you young people. Ho Hanyang smiled at Xia Ping. Xia Ping stepped forward and said humbly, No. I was just lucky. Compared to the seniors, I'm nothing. If it weren't for the great efforts and sacrifices of the kings to carve out a bright future in the cloud realm, we humans wouldn't be able to live in peace and contentment today. My achievements are all thanks to the seniors. His face was full of righteousness. The reporters nearby wanted to vomit when they saw this scene. Hypocrite. This kid was too hypocritical. He wasn't this humble before. He was too arrogant. Now that he met a king, he was sucking up like crazy. He had no integrity at all. It was despicable. Why was this guy so thick-skinned? Didn't he know what shame was? Not bad, not bad. Talented and humble. What's there to worry about? Ho Hanyang chuckled. His impression of Xia Ping was even higher. This was a good junior who was worth cultivating. The other kings nodded in satisfaction. It was rare to see such a humble junior. He didn't even feel proud after winning the competition. It was really rare. Liar. He was a liar. Don't be fooled. The audience on the podium wanted to shout. They wanted to expose this kid's true colors in front of the kings and make him reveal it to the public. This guy didn't say that just now. He was the kind of person who could look up to the sky. How could he be humble? Many people gnashed their teeth in hatred. This bastard was simply a two-faced guy. He said what he saw and said what he saw. He was simply a despicable villain. Oh, during the finals, you used a peerless spear technique. It seemed to be extraordinary. Where did you get it? A king suddenly asked. The other kings were also curious about this. This spear technique was extremely terrifying. It seemed to contain divine power. Even the kings seemed to be moved. Xia Ping said, I got it from this Hell's Spear. It seems that after becoming the Hell's Spear's master, I met a certain requirement to obtain the inheritance. It seems like there are restrictions on it as well. Even if you want me to tell you how I cultivate it, I won't be able to. An inheritance from a prized artifact? Hearing that, many of the king tiers came to a sudden realization. No wonder this spear technique was so powerful. It turned out that it was a martial art inheritance from a prized artifact. Truth be told, this was a very common occurrence. Some almighty beings would instill their lifetime's worth of martial arts into the precious treasures, allowing their successors to obtain it. Only by obtaining the recognition of the precious treasure would one have the qualifications to obtain the inheritance. However, this kind of inheritance often had restrictions placed on it. Apart from the inheritor, no one could learn it. Moreover, this kind of martial art inheritance often needed to be matched with the power of a precious tool. Only then could the martial skill's power be maximized. Without the precious tool, the power would be greatly reduced. Thinking of this, they immediately lost interest in this spear technique. Right, this is the reward for this year's competition. Take a closer look. Suddenly, Ho Hanyang took out a golden bell and put it in his hand. At the same time, an energy screen blocked off the surrounding scene. No one could see what was happening here because this was a top-secret event. What kind of precious treasure is this? Xia Ping looked over and could immediately tell that this golden bell was extraordinary. It seemed to contain an incredible power that could distort one's mind. You really have good taste. This is the bewitching spirit bell. Ho Hanyang smiled faintly and gently shook the bell. Immediately, a clear and melodious tinkling sound spread out in all directions. What? Suddenly, hearing this voice, Xia Ping felt his mind go into a trance. He felt as if he had entered a world of peach blossom luck. Many peerless beauties appeared around him, and they all seemed to be at his mercy. It was a feast for the eyes. But the next second, a flame power seemed to surge out from the depths of his soul. It could burn everything. A cry came from the depths of his body, shaking the earth. Immediately, the scene around him shattered like glass. Very quickly, Xia Ping returned to his original state. He realized that the scene around him had disappeared, and he was still on the podium. What's going on? Xia Ping's eyes lit up. It seemed that only 1 second had passed in the real world, but he felt as if he had been in the other world for more than 10 minutes. If the enemy had attacked him while he was in a trance, he would have died more than 10 times. You actually broke free from the power of the bewitching spirit bell in 1 second. So powerful. It seems that your soul power is also extraordinary. Ho Hanyang was also very surprised. According to his original plan, Xia Ping would be in a trance for at least 10 minutes before completely waking up. Or maybe he wouldn't wake up at all, and he would have to wake him up. But now, Xia Ping had broken free with his own power. This was no small matter. Amazing. It seems that his talent is indeed excellent. Amazing martial talent, and his soul power is also extraordinary. It's at least 10 times that of ordinary people. He has a higher chance of becoming a king compared to other warriors. This is a seed of a king. We must nurture him. It seems that an invincible king will appear among us humans in the future. The other kings were also very surprised. They looked at Xia Ping with even more passion. They were no longer looking at a junior, but at a peer. Their attitude changed a lot. This is the power of the bewitching spirit bell? Xia Ping asked curiously. Ho Hanyang nodded. Yes. The bewitching spirit bell can create mental illusions and even attack the essence of one's soul. The power of such a treasure is not small. If it can be used properly, it will be very useful. Even a king would drool over such a treasure, but in order to reward a junior, we have taken it out for this genius contest. I hope you won't disappoint us. He said sincerely. Got it, City Lord. I promise I won't disappoint you. Xia Ping patted his chest to show that he would not disappoint them and would use it properly. Of course, the most important reason for giving the treasure to the champion is to protect your life in the Heaven Demon battlefield. Ho Hanyang said in a deep voice, once you become the champion, you will immediately become the target of those monsters. Every time you become the champion, you will be hunted by the monsters. It's a narrow escape. You must be more careful. Protect my life. Xia Ping was speechless. It turned out that the treasure was not only to reward a junior, but also to protect his life in the Heaven Demon battlefield. It seemed that becoming the champion might not be a good thing. Chapter 637. At this moment, Hua Gang and the others were gathered in a core student lounge in Sun Moon City. Everyone, what should we do? Hua Gang's expression was gloomy. Xia Ping not only won the competition and obtained a large sum of money, but he also obtained a treasure that only the champion can obtain. He has benefited a lot and is doing very well. I wonder how proud he is. But what about us? This time, we've been screwed over by that brat. Not only have we lost a large amount of treasures, we've even lost tens of billions of dollars. It's not an exaggeration to say that we've gone bankrupt. You guys tell me, how should we deal with him? He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. How else can we deal with him? Immediately force him to hand over the money we lost. If he doesn't agree, we will kill him and make him disappear completely. A core student roared crazily, his expression ferocious. This doesn't seem appropriate. Another core student shook his head. That brat isn't without a backer. Behind him is a behemoth like the giant corporation. Moreover, Yanhuang University is also his backer. Now that he has won the championship, he is like the sun in the sky. If we want to deal with him or even kill him, this matter will definitely cause a huge commotion. At that time, they might trace it back to us. Of course, according to our identity as core students and the power behind us, we won't die. The problem is that our martial arts will be crippled and we will become cripples. That is worse than death. His expression was very solemn. He didn't agree with killing Xia Ping. Count my ass. Chao Jingbin's expression was ferocious. He is from the giant corporation. Are we core students not humans? Some of us have joined the giant corporation, the Aurora Corporation, and even the elites of the Life Corporation. That was indeed the case. Those who could become core students were all monsters. The three mega giants naturally welcomed them to join them. Among the core students present, there were a few from the giant corporation. Moreover, we have a king family behind us. They are powerful and have the support of a king. That Xia Ping is just a country bumpkin from Yanhuang Star. If he wants to fight against us, he is dreaming. If he dares to resist, we will kill him. Chao Jingbin was very arrogant and wanted revenge. It could be said that he had lost the most in this bet. Not only did he lose his most precious treasure, but he also lost 70 to 80 billion federal coins. Even if he was rich, he still couldn't bear this kind of loss. It could be said that he was going bankrupt. If he wanted revenge, his determination was the fiercest, and he even had the intention to kill Xia Ping. That's right. No matter how powerful that kid is, he's just a country bumpkin. Which of us core students would lose to him? If you want to compete with us in terms of background, then compete with him. The group of core students gritted their teeth. The status of core students in the cloud realm was unfathomably high. It could be said that they were second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people. People like them had high status and power. But now, he had been swindled by Xia Ping. Who knew how miserable it was, and he had even become a laughingstock. On the other hand, Xia Ping was doing very well, even becoming the champion and obtaining treasures, becoming the center of attention. How could they possibly tolerate such a thing? Although we can't kill that Xia Ping now, we can do it from the people around him. A core student's eyes showed a fierce look, like a wolf's. Yes, I've investigated that kid. It seems that he has a loyal lackey called Feng Hatang. He's the worst at biting people, and he's also putting on an act in Yanhuang University. He's formed an unknown organization called Pingtian Sect. Another core student sneered, "We'll find these people to do it. We'll kill all those pig friends of that kid, cripple them, and completely cripple them. Then we'll deal with their families and destroy them. I want to see what that Xia Ping can do. I want him to be deserted, and no one will dare to approach him. He will become a loner." His intentions were very vicious. Don't let his parents go either. Hua Gang sneered, "Immediately send people to Yanhuang planet, capture them, and torture them. I want to destroy his family and see how he dares to fight with us." Chao Jingbin clenched his fists. He's just an ignorant dog. He wants to show off in the cloud realm. He doesn't even know how to write the word death. This time, we'll let him see what the power of power is. If he still doesn't bow down and still dares to be arrogant, we'll directly send people to cripple him. He was murderous. It's not impossible to kill him. Hua Gang sneered again and again, "Although we can't do it directly, we can kill with a borrowed knife and get rid of evil for the people. I heard that because this kid is too outstanding, he's already on the demon clan's must-kill list. Who knows how many demon clans want to kill him? We can completely leak his information, track his whereabouts at all times, and then give this important information to those demon clan killers. In this way, that kid will be lucky to live more than 3 days." He revealed a vicious plan that made people shiver. Brilliant, it's really brilliant. Hua Gang is really cunning. If he was killed by the demon clan, it really has nothing to do with us. Even if they want to investigate, they can't find us. In this way, no one will know how that kid died. What a good plan to kill with a borrowed knife. Let's do it this way. Who told him to offend us? He's digging his own grave. Many core students' eyes lit up, and they were all very much in favor of this vicious plan. Not only could they kill Xia Ping, but they could also get rid of their relationship. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Don't talk too much. One of the core students immediately shouted, "I will immediately call my family's assassination squad to kill Xia Ping's group of scoundrels, cripple them, and cripple them. At the same time, we will attack their families and destroy their families. I'll also take action. I'll ask a few of my family's men to sneak into Yanhuang Star, capture his parents, and torture them severely. It's estimated that there will be news within 3 days." Chao Jingbin sneered. "That's good. I want to see that kid kneel in front of us and cry bitterly. Champion my ass, even if he wins the championship, So what if he has the hope to become the king? He still has to kneel in front of us. Huagang gritted his teeth and sneered again and again. The other course students also nodded. They acted swiftly and immediately went to do this matter. Anyway, everyone was on the same boat, and there was no need to worry about others leaking it out. Otherwise, everyone would play together. At this time, in a lounge in Sun Moon City, Xiaoping stayed here. All of a sudden, the system prompted, "Congratulations to the host, you have attracted a lot of hatred in this genius battle, gaining a total of 20 million hatred points. I hope to continue to work hard." 20 million hatred points. Chapter 638. At this time, the system also issued a warning, "Warning host, there are course students who want to kill host. The other party is brewing a strong killing intent, please pay attention." What? A cold light flashed in Xiaoping's eyes. With a boom, the system immediately transmitted a message into the depths of his mind. Immediately, he knew that Huagang and the others were planning to harm him. They are courting death. After understanding this information, Xiaoping clenched his fists. His body emitted a terrifying killing intent that was almost solid. It was as if the temperature in the room had dropped by tens of degrees, and the fog on the ground had frozen. These course students were simply too daring. Not only did they want to harm his friends and family, they even wanted to harm his parents. Although he believed that with the protection of the giant company, the plot of these course students wouldn't succeed, it was better to be safe than sorry. Who knew what would happen when this group of people went crazy? Even if a single hair of his parents was lost, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. The one who strikes first has the advantage, the one who strikes later suffers a calamity. Xiaoping understood this very well. It was fine if he didn't know the plot of these course students, but once he knew, he wouldn't give them a chance to act. Seems like I have to ask the giant company for help. Only the giant company had the ability to deal with so many course students at the same time. If it was before, he wouldn't have the confidence to ask the giant company for help. But now, he was already the champion of the genius competition and an expert at the 7th level of the martial master realm. In the future, he would definitely become a king. Needless to say, his current status in the giant company would definitely increase exponentially. Although it sounded like he was boasting, a genius like him would be nurtured as the most outstanding seed no matter which martial arts faction he was placed in. No matter what he said, he wouldn't take it lightly. This kind of status was similar to the crown prince of an ancient empire. Therefore, Xiaoping wasn't worried that no one in the giant company would listen to his words. Thinking of this, Xiaoping immediately picked up his phone and called the manager of the giant company, Liang Quan. He immediately told him about the plot of Huagang and the others to harm the people around him. "I understand. Wait for 2 hours, this matter will be resolved very quickly." After listening to Xiaoping's words, Liang Quan said in a deep voice. He didn't need to know why Xiaoping knew such a top-secret thing. In short, even if there was such a possibility, he absolutely couldn't ignore it. Because ever since Xiaoping entered the top 10 of the genius battle, he had become a big shot in the giant company. And now, he was the champion of the genius battle. From this, one could very well imagine how highly the upper echelons of the giant company regarded Xiaoping. They were already nurturing him as an unrivaled king. If such a character appeared, even if it was a minor matter, it would cause a huge commotion in the giant company. Very quickly, Liang Quan reported this matter to his superiors. The report was passed up layer by layer, and not long after, all the kings in the giant company knew about it. "Paw!" Immediately, in a conference room in the headquarters of the giant company in the Sky Realm, there was a huge round table. Huge thrones were placed next to it, dazzling with gold and jade, giving off the aura of a king. These seats were densely packed, and there were at least hundreds of them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment, virtual images were projected. These virtual figures appeared on the seats. Some were young, some were old, some had one arm, some had one eye, some had a bald head, some had long hair, and there were all sorts of different shapes and sizes. However, each of them emitted an abyssal aura. It was as if even through the virtual images, one could feel the terrifying aura of these big shots. It was enough to distort space. These were all kings of the giant company. However, at this time, the seats weren't full. Only half of them had appeared. Even so, it was still quite shocking. Usually, when the giant company held a meeting, it would be amazing if there were more than 10 kings present. If it wasn't a life and death crisis, these kings basically wouldn't appear. After all, some of them were adventuring in some secret realm, some were researching martial arts, some were fighting with monsters, and some weren't even in the sky realm. Most of the kings didn't have time to attend the meeting. But now, half of them were present. This was enough to prove the importance of this matter to the giant company. Alright, everyone is here. Let's start the meeting. An old man wearing a Taoist robe sat on the seat. He looked old and clumsy, as if he had lived for countless years. Among the many kings, he was the first to speak. It was as if he had undeniable prestige among these kings. I believe everyone is clear. This time, some core students who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth want to deal with Xia Ping, a member of the giant company. They even implicated his family. Does anyone have any objections? That old man said calmly. Xia Ping. Is he the champion of this time's genius battle? I heard that he was able to defeat countless descendants of kings when he was only at the 8th sky of martial master. Even that monster Feng Qiudao wasn't his match and was beaten miserably. Some kings had heard of Xia Ping's name before. Not only that, he was even able to completely control that hell spear and suppress that famous demonic weapon without suffering any damage. This is enough to prove how shocking his talent is. Some of the kings emphasized this point. What? Even the hell spear was subdued by him? That's impossible. It said that there were kings who tried to subdue this treasure, but they were all corroded by the demonic chi of the hell spear and died from chi deviation. In the end, it was regarded as a demonic weapon that couldn't be subdued and was suppressed forever. It's just that tens of years ago, there was an invasion of the demon race, causing the hell spear to wander about in the world and its whereabouts were unknown. That brat actually obtained it and completely subdued it? If it's true, how powerful is his soul force? Some kings were extremely shocked. This was the first time they heard of this. It's true. I was there to witness it. His soul force is extraordinary, more than 10 times that of ordinary people. His talent is shocking. If that's the case, even the descendants of kings can't compare to him. A genius that only appears once in 100 years. He has the aptitude to become an invincible king. Many kings spoke. They had experienced many things and naturally knew how terrifying a person with such aptitude was. Advancing to the king realm was something that was set in stone. Of course, merely advancing to the king realm wasn't considered much. After all, they were all kings. Their judgment was so high that ordinary people wouldn't even be able to enter their eyes. But with such a monstrous aptitude, it was clear that he wasn't just an ordinary king. His achievements might exceed their imagination and reach unimaginable heights. Chapter 639. There are actually people who want to deal with the geniuses of our giant company? This is a serious crime. We have to investigate and punish them. A king from the giant company coldly spoke, emitting an iron-blooded aura. Another king frowned. We still need to reconsider. After all, these people are all core students. Behind them are king clans. If we act rashly, the consequences will be unimaginable. Some of them are even members of our giant company. He felt that they still needed to think about it. Think my ass. A king coldly laughed. Those core students are at most geniuses. How can they be compared to absolute geniuses? They are simply not on the same level. Even if there are 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 geniuses, they still can't compare to a single absolute genius. Don't you all understand this logic? In this high-level world, quantity could never compare to quality. Even if thousands of experts worked together, they still wouldn't be a match for an ordinary king. This was the absolute suppression of strength. There were also different levels of kings. If it was an invincible king, they could easily slaughter a group of ordinary kings. The difference between them was unimaginable. From this, one could imagine how important an absolute genius was. If the human race could have one more invincible king, they would have a huge advantage in the entire cloud world. It was unknown how many benefits they could obtain. Even if there were hundreds of ordinary kings, they wouldn't be able to obtain such benefits. Indeed. A king nodded. Their value can't be compared to Xia Ping. He also agreed with this point. Also, they are in the wrong in this matter. They want to kill the geniuses of our human race for such a small matter. What's the difference between that and being a traitor? Those core students are too much. They actually want to bully the people of our giant company. If they really succeed, where would our face go? There's no need to discuss anything. Just directly suppress those core students. Since they want to deal with the elites of our giant company, they have to pay the price. That's good too. Let's use this chance to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. If not, do they really think that there's no one in the giant company who dares to offend us? Seconded. Many kings expressed their opinions. Killing intent filled their hearts. They all felt that they had to punish those core students harshly. If not, they wouldn't know where the prestige of the giant company would be. Geniuses like Xia Ping must be protected. No one could touch him. There were also people who said, wouldn't being too monstrous attract jealousy? There would indeed be people who would feel envious, but it was still a small minority amongst the numerous kings. Most kings didn't know how broad their hearts were, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to advance into the king realm. Moreover, the cloud realm was just too big. There were as many geniuses as there were clouds in the sky. There were also many geniuses like Xia Ping. Every time he saw a genius, he would be envious. There was no time to be jealous. Most importantly, in the war between the human clan and the demon clan, the human clan was still at a disadvantage in terms of overall strength. They had an unimaginable thirst for experts. They would not miss out on any human clan genius. If they had an invincible king, who knew how much pressure they would face? Thus, when a talented junior appeared, most of the king tiers would be overjoyed and support him with all their might. Why would they purposely suppress him? Moreover, there was no enmity between them. Okay, pass down my orders. Warn the families of those core students not to act recklessly. If not, if something happens to Xia Ping's family, we will let them know the rage of our giant company. The old man in the Taoist robe said coldly, his voice filled with supreme majesty. Very soon, the meeting of the upper echelons of the giant company ended. The huge power of the giant company began to operate. Such orders were also distributed to various places in the world, to the families of those core students. At this moment, in a VIP room of a hotel in Sun Moon City, Hua Gang and the other core students were eating here. The table was filled with all kinds of expensive dishes. It was dazzling and fragrant. Even bottles of high-grade wine were placed on the table. Each bottle was worth hundreds of millions. One could totally imagine how rich these core students were. They were extremely extravagant. However, they were core students and Grandmaster Realm experts. It was very normal for them to have such wealth. Let's celebrate. Soon, we will be able to see that brat Xia Ping kneeling in front of our feet, crying and begging for mercy. Just thinking about this scene makes me feel happy. A core student laughed loudly and gulped down a bottle of wine. There won't be any problems, right? A trace of haze appeared on the face of someone. He didn't know why, but he had a bad premonition. It was as if something big was going to happen. There won't be any problems. Hua Gang coldly laughed. Even if that brat can overturn the heavens, he won't know that we are scheming against him. By the time he finds out, it will already be too late. What else can he do? Could it be that he dares to offend so many of us from the King clans and core students? At that time, he can only beg for mercy. Otherwise, his friends and family will lose their lives. His killing intent soared. Indeed, the matter of us scheming against him will definitely not be exposed. I reckon that brat is still immersed in the beautiful dream of becoming the champion. Who would have thought that a calamity would descend from the sky? Soon, we will see that brat crying. He still wants to offend us core students. He doesn't even know how to write the word death. This time around, if we don't make him spit out everything he has eaten, we won't let him off. Many core students gritted their teeth. They didn't have any good impressions of this bastard who cheated them of a large sum of money. They wanted nothing more than to get rid of him immediately. At the same time, they felt much more at ease. After all, other than this group of people, no one else would know of their plans. It was impossible for this plan to be leaked. Right now, I've already ordered my clan's assassination team to move out. I believe there will be good news very soon. Everyone, just wait and see. Eat and drink your fill in peace. When I, Chao Jingbin, make a move, there definitely won't be any big problems. Chao Jingbin was calm and unruffled. His eyes were like those of a venomous snake. He was a man of action, never speaking nonsense. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, he definitely wouldn't give his prey a chance to live. It was precisely because of this that the core students present were extremely fearful of him and didn't dare to offend him easily. Not bad, not bad. With old Chao's words, we can rest assured. Once old Chao makes a move, we will know whether he's right or not. Alright, I'll eat and drink my fill and wait to watch a good show. The core students present all laughed loudly. Their hearts had all calmed down, no longer having any doubts. In any case, there was no turning back after a shot was fired. They had no way to retreat now. What show do you want to watch? Chapter 640. Who is it? Don't you fucking know that we core students are eating here? Hearing the loud noise, someone actually kicked open the door of their box. Instantly, a hot-tempered core student cursed loudly, unable to restrain his anger. Do you know who we are? Every single one of us is a core member of the major clans, a Grandmaster realm expert. With a single word, we can destroy a city or a country. How dare you fucking kick down the door? Who gave you the guts to do so? Do you know how the word death is written? A bald core student jumped out as well. He was so angry that his heart felt like it was going to explode. Originally, they were in the box, happily eating, discussing how to deal with Xia Ping, and thinking about the bright future together. They were in a good mood, but now someone actually dared to kick open the door of their box. If this wasn't a death wish, what else could it be? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Instantly, the core students in the box were all furious. Staring at the door, their anger reached the heavens, and they swore to catch and kill the person who dared to kick open the door. No matter what background the other party had, they couldn't protect him. They wanted to let this guy taste the anger of a core student. I did it. Do you have any objections? With a bang, the smoke and dust dispersed. Instantly, an old man wearing a black robe walked in. His aura was like an abyss. Impressively, he was a king, unfathomable. His eyes were like lightning, as if they could pierce through people's hearts and destroy their souls. It's the family head. Instantly, the bald core student was so scared that he wet his pants. His whole body went limp, as if at this moment, all the strength in his body had disappeared. He didn't dare to believe that at this time, he actually saw the family head of his family come. Usually, he didn't have the qualifications to see him, but now he appeared. Immediately, he felt a wave of unease in his heart. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, outside the door of the box, not only the black-robed old man appeared, but at the same time, many big shots also appeared. They all appeared in this place, and in an instant, they surrounded the box. It was originally very spacious, but now that there were so many people, it instantly became crowded. This. At this time, the course students who were originally sitting there had a rather sloppy attitude. At this time, it was like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, and they immediately jumped out of their chairs. Hua Gang and Chao Jingbin were no exception. They were terrified to the extreme, because their Hua and Chao family patriarchs had also come, appearing in this place. With so many big shots gathered together in this private room, and at such a sensitive time, no one would believe that there were no problems. Patriarch? Hua Gang trembled, his face deathly pale. The Hua family head sneered, "Don't call me family head, my Hua family doesn't have an unfilial descendant like you." Bang! The voice was like a thunderclap, and it immediately scared Hua Gang so much that he collapsed onto the chair. He felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, and his soul was about to be destroyed. This was because the leader of his own family had actually said such words to him. Without an unfilial descendant like him, one could imagine how serious the situation would be. Even the Hua family had to abandon him to protect the king. Patriarchs, may I know why you are here? Among this group of course students, Chao Jingbin was the calmest. He was not frightened by this group of big shots, and instead asked like this, wanting to know what had happened. The descendants of your Chao family are different indeed. Even at this time, you still have the guts to ask such a question. Not bad indeed. An old man chuckled. The Chao family head sighed, "What's the use of having guts? If it was used on the right path, it would naturally be successful, but if it was used on the wrong path, it would be harming others and oneself." Patriarch. Chao Jingbin was also shocked, and his heart spasmed. He could feel that the gaze of the Chao family head looking at him was no longer as kind as before. Instead, it had become incomparably cold, as if he was a stranger. He could not help but feel bitter, and immediately knew that something big had happened. "Looking at your expressions, you should not know what has happened, but I can tell you that you have been exposed," a yellow-robed old man said directly. Exposed? What was exposed? Could it be that it was because of that brat? Upon hearing this, the hearts of the course students present instantly trembled. They also recalled their scheme against Xiaoping because other than plotting against Xiaoping, they hadn't done anything major recently. "Looking at your expressions, you should know what has happened." "That's right, the matter of you guys trying to plot against Xiaoping and his family has already been known by the giant company. They sent people here to interrogate us, strongly requesting for compensation from our clan. If not, we will have to bear the consequences. Tell me, isn't this a big matter?" An old man coldly spoke, staring at this group of course students. "Impossible, how could we be discovered so quickly?" Hua Gang involuntarily shouted, "We just started our scheme, and everyone around us is our own people. We didn't even have time to act." Who was the one who leaked the secret? He simply didn't dare to believe his own ears. They had just started their scheme, but they were already exposed. It was like a group of gangsters robbing a bank. They had just planned to rob the bank and were still discussing when to act when a group of policemen came knocking on their door and caught them. Not to mention how sullen they were now, they even had the thought of committing suicide. How could we be discovered so quickly? There's no wall in the world that doesn't have a crack. You guys thought that your plan was meticulous, but little did you know that it was full of loopholes. Once the giant company investigated, everything would be revealed. You guys have nowhere to run. The Hua family head shook his head and sighed. "So, family head, are you guys here to capture us?" Chao Jingbin clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced into his flesh. He didn't even know that he was bleeding. It was as though he didn't feel any pain at this moment. "That's right." The Chao family head said in a deep voice, "You guys have already forgiven the heavens for your crimes. Although you didn't have time to act, you can still be forgiven. However, you can't escape punishment. All of you will be sent to the endless sea to temper yourselves and join the sinful army. If you don't advance to the king's stage, you are not allowed to return." What? The course students present all went crazy. What was the endless sea? It was a boundless sea in the east of the cloud continent. That sea was boundless and there was no end to it. Even with the advancement of human technology, they still couldn't find the end of that sea. That sea was filled with demonic beasts. It was a dangerous place and could be said to be a forbidden zone for humans. If ordinary martial artists went there to temper themselves, they would only have a slim chance of survival. As for the sinful army, it was even more terrifying. Because in this era, the strength of a martial artist was very important. In order to avoid wasting martial force, many martial artists who had committed serious crimes would be sent to the sinful army to fight as prisoners on death row. If they made contributions, they would be spared from death. However, most of the prisoners on death row would die in battle. Less than 1 out of 100 would survive. Chapter 641. Family head, are you crazy? Hua Gang's expression was ferocious as he shouted, "We are just dealing with a commoner and you actually want to send us course students with limitless futures to the endless ocean to join the sinful army and die. Plus, we haven't even done anything." He wasn't convinced. Xia Ping was just a commoner. Compared to them who were of noble birth, he couldn't even be compared to their toes. The difference was like the clouds and mud. But now, just because they schemed against him, they had to be sent to the border army to die. How could he accept such a ridiculous evil thing? It was too ridiculous. It is because we haven't done anything yet. If we did, you wouldn't even have the chance to join the sinful army. Hua family's head said, "By letting you join the sinful army now, we are giving you a chance to live." A trace of benevolence from the giant company. He looked at this group of course students helplessly. Benevolence my ass. A course student's expression was extremely ferocious as he said crazily, "All of you are crazy, completely crazy. We are course students. Do you know what a course student is? All of us are geniuses with the potential to become kings. Yet, all of you are sending us king seedlings to die for a commoner. All of you are crazy. I won't follow your nonsense." He wasn't convinced and felt that such a thing was too ridiculous. All of you are geniuses and have the potential to become kings. Chao family's head nodded, but compared to Xia Ping, you are nothing. He has the potential to become an invincible king. All of you geniuses added together won't be able to compare to him. That's why he made a phone call and shook the giant company. They will do their best to punish all of you. All of you can only obey. There is nothing you can do. This is the power of the weak. His tone was cruel. You are saying that with just a phone call from that kid, all of us course students, all of us masters, all of us geniuses will be sent to the border to join the sinful army and die. A course student's face was ashen white and his body was trembling. Right. Chao family's head nodded. Even if there were thousands of us course students, we still wouldn't be able to compare to that bastard. Even our families can't protect us, and we can only be treated as sacrificial pawns. Chao Jingbin clenched his fists tightly, his heart twitching. Chao family's head looked at him deeply and nodded, right. I can't accept this. I refuse to accept this. I can't accept this. One by one, the course students began to shout, their faces contorted and their eyes bulging. They were all unwilling to accept this. Their voices were like thunder piercing the ears, shattering the glass in the surroundings, displaying their unwillingness to accept this. But thinking about it, how could they be convinced? In their eyes, Xia Ping was just a bastard from the countryside. Even if he had some talent and won the championship, it didn't mean much. They were all course students, as well as the descendants of kings. Their futures were boundless, so when had they ever looked up to these country bumpkins? If they found them displeasing to the eye, they would use their authority to trample them to death. In fact, they had also used this kind of power to kill countless commoner geniuses. However, those commoners had no power and could only swallow their anger. But now, it was their turn. Just a single phone call from Xia Ping and he didn't even need to show his face. Yet, their family members were already trembling in fear, kneeling and begging for mercy. Xia Ping treated them like sacrificial pawns to appease the anger of the giant company. Initially, they wanted to use their power to bully Xia Ping, but now, they were being bullied by Xia Ping using his power. With just a phone call and without even meeting them, they were sent to the border and sent to die in the army. It was as easy as stepping on ants. After hearing these words, their hearts were incomparably sullen and incomparably angry. Since when did core students like them fall to such a state? This was simply too ridiculous. Family head, this matter is too ridiculous. It's just a mere championship. What does this count for? We are all geniuses with the potential to become kings. How can we abandon us because of that slut? That's right. Because of such a small matter, we were forced to die in the endless sea and even joined the sinful army. This is simply too ridiculous. I will definitely not agree to such a thing. What the hell does the giant company count for? If all of us king families join forces, we can still fight against them. Many core students were shouting crazily. They couldn't accept such a thing at all. Thinking back to when they were still core students with high statuses and power, staying in the flourishing human cities, eating and drinking well. Who knew how many people flattered them and their lives were so comfortable? But in the next second, they were sent to the endless sea where even birds could lay eggs and had to join the sinful army to fight. They were no different from prisoners. This situation was too tragic. You guys don't understand. The Chow family head shook his head and revealed a trace of bitterness. The three great forces of the cloud world are above countless martial arts organizations and even the government. How can they be so simple? They are usually like sleeping beasts. It's fine if you don't wake them up, but once you do, you will have to face their terrifying rage. Obviously, your actions have touched the bottom line, the reverse scale, and caused the rage of many kings. He didn't want to do such a thing, but facing such a huge monster, the Chow family had no way to resist. King tiers are not the same. There are also different ranks. The master of the Hua family clenched his fists. An ordinary king is just an ant of the lowest rank. Although such a king can show off in front of ordinary warriors, in front of a king of the invincible realm, he is not much stronger than an ant. He can only bow and scrape. Just the appearance of such an invincible king in the giant company is enough to wipe out all of our families dozens of times. So, the difference between geniuses and monsters is like the clouds and mud. In the eyes of the giant company, you guys are the same as the weeds by the roadside. It's normal for hundreds of you to die. His words were very cold. In reality, after advancing to the king realm, he knew how big the world was. The so-called king realm was just the beginning, the first step of a long journey of 10,000 miles. Of course, if he didn't advance, it couldn't even be counted as the beginning. Our status is the same as the weeds by the roadside. It's normal for hundreds of us to die. Hearing this, Hua Gang and the others felt their hearts twitch. They didn't dare to believe that the Hua family head would say such a thing. It was a huge blow to their self-confidence. Take them away. Send them to the endless sea. We don't want to make the people of the giant company wait too long and anger them. The Chow family head waved his hand, and instantly, men in black appeared nearby. With a swoosh, they acted instantly and restrained these core students. Then, they put on special shackles and instantly suppressed their cultivation, turning them into mortals. They could no longer use any inner chi. Chapter 642. Seeing Hua Gang and the others being taken away, a family head couldn't bear it and said, "Are we just going to watch them be taken away and sent to the endless sea to become the sinner's army?" He still felt that it was too much for the geniuses of his family to be sent to the endless sea. If we don't do this, will we be able to appease the anger of the giant company? The Hua family head asked. The surrounding people were silent. If they didn't do this, they would definitely be discovered by the giant company. Once the giant company found out that they were deceiving them, the punishment wouldn't be so simple. Maybe their entire family would be heavily injured. Also, sending them to the endless sea to train is not necessarily a bad thing. The head of the Chao clan said faintly, they were born in big clans and are used to living like princes. They have never experienced anything dangerous. Deep in their bones, they lack the fierceness of a warrior, the aura of not caring about their lives. If this continues, they will never be able to reach the king realm. Although they have talent, it is just talent. There are a lot of people who have talent but can't reach the king realm. There is no lack of such mediocre people in the world. Everyone nodded. Every year, there were many students who became course students of various universities. However, most of these course students would never be able to reach the king realm. If they wanted to reach the king realm, it was not enough to rely on resources. They had to rely on their own comprehension and various opportunities. Without these opportunities, it was normal to be stuck at the bottleneck for the rest of their lives. Indeed, if they don't become kings, they will always be ants. I would rather they die in battle with the monster race than to see them live a mediocre life. This trip to the endless sea is also an opportunity for them. The head of the Hua family also nodded in agreement. But what about that kid called Xiaoping? This time, because of him, our families suffered heavy losses. Are we just going to let it go? A family head said in a low voice. The Chao family head spread his hands. If we don't let it go, do we still want to find trouble with him? Right now, Xiaoping has become the treasure of the giant company. There are people monitoring him at all times. If we dare to do anything to him, the next day, our families will be destroyed. This is not a joke. His tone was very solemn. He didn't want the others to act rashly. The other family heads nodded. They all knew how terrifying the giant company was. Naturally, they wouldn't act rashly. And this is just a small matter. The Chao clan's clan head said in a deep voice, it's just a bunch of juniors messing around here. There's no need to raise it to the level of mortal enemies. Furthermore, it's even more unwise to become enemies with a monster with a boundless future. It's fine if he dies along the way, but if he continues to advance and becomes an invincible king, then it will be the time for our family to be destroyed. Don't be careless. He was not joking when he warned the other patriarchs. It was the truth. The champions of every genius battle would basically ascend to the king realm without exception. There were even a few invincible kings who shook the world. From this, it could be seen that the battle of geniuses was not a trivial matter. That was why it had become a huge competition that attracted the attention of the entire sky realm. Even the kings would pay attention to it. Moreover, this matter was only a matter of the younger generation messing around. Hua Gang and the others hadn't even made a move yet, so there wasn't any trouble at all. Thus, it wasn't a big deal. They also didn't want to completely offend Xiaoping because of this matter. There was no room for redemption. The Hua clan's clan head also reminded the crowd, let this matter end like this. Let it drift away with the wind. No one is allowed to mention it. Just pretend that nothing happened. The other clan heads also nodded. They naturally knew the severity of the matter. Not long after Hua Gang and the others were taken away, Xiaoping also received a call from Supervisor Liang Quan. The other party told him that the matter had been completely resolved and there was no more trouble. Hua Gang and the others were sent to the army. They couldn't ascend to the king realm and couldn't return from the endless sea. The problem was that ascending to the king realm was simply 1 in 10,000. It could be said that Hua Gang and the others were equivalent to being exiled. Even if they wanted to return, who knew how many years it would take? Right, I also want to tell you that the Celestial Demon battlefield will open in a month. During this time, you have to conserve your energy and don't act recklessly. Otherwise, if you get injured and enter the Celestial Demon battlefield, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. Liang Quan reminded him. Xiaoping nodded to show that he understood. Also, you won the championship of the genius battle this time. Of course, it's a good thing to celebrate, but the problem is that you will definitely become the target of public criticism and face great pressure. Liang Quan said in a deep voice, every genius battles champion will become the target of the demon race's geniuses. It seems to have become a proof of their bravery. Therefore, you will be in great danger when you enter the celestial demon battlefield this time. You must be careful. If you can increase your strength, do it as much as possible. Otherwise, you might die inside. He warned sternly because every genius battles champion would be ambushed and killed. After all, being targeted by the demon race's geniuses was no different from being targeted by the Grim Reaper. Moreover, being targeted by the demon race's geniuses was a very normal thing. After all, every genius battles champion had the potential to become an invincible king. Once they grew up, they would definitely be a great threat to the demon race. Therefore, the demon race naturally wouldn't be polite to Xia Ping. They wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Many of the demon race's members had even issued orders to kill him. Once they succeeded, they would obtain many benefits. In any case, they couldn't take revenge for anything that happened in the celestial demon battlefield. Even if they died, they would die in vain. Alright, got it. Xia Ping immediately turned serious. He knew that only experts below the martial master realm could enter the celestial demon battlefield. Experts above the grandmaster realm couldn't enter, as there was a limit to their strength. However, after entering, they could break through to the grandmaster realm, greatly increasing their strength. The celestial demon battlefield didn't restrict the people inside from increasing their strength. This was a kind of rule. Many ninth firmament martial masters would break through to the grandmaster realm in the celestial demon battlefield, gaining a great advantage. Although Xiao Chen was an 8th firmament martial master and could sweep away martial masters, if those geniuses advanced to the grandmaster realm, their strength would undergo a tremendous change. If Xiao Chen wanted to survive in the celestial demon battlefield, he had to continue growing stronger. It would be best if he advanced to the 9th firmament martial master. Only then would he be confident of dealing with the demon race's geniuses and even some enemies with ill intentions. Alright, that's all. As long as you understand. Liang Quan didn't say much, as he felt that Xia Ping was also a smart person. He would understand after a little guidance. There was no need to be long-winded. After saying this, Liang Quan hung up. Chapter 643. The problem was that in just a month, it was extremely difficult to advance from the 8th to the 9th level of the martial master realm. The later it was, the more time it would take to advance to the next level. It was normal for some people to spend 2 or 3 years to advance from the 8th level of the martial master realm to the 9th level of the martial master realm. Even if Xia Ping wanted to advance quickly, he had to consider his martial arts foundation. If he advanced too quickly, his foundation would be unstable and it would be a great obstacle to advancing to the king realm. Therefore, he didn't want to be too fast. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. System, do you have any way to improve my current combat strength? Thinking of this, Xia Ping immediately asked. He felt that the super hatred system on him was simply a martial arts legend. It was probably much higher than the king realm. If he asked, he might get a good suggestion. The system said, you need to spend 100,000 hatred points to inquire. Check. Xia Ping was very rich. He had 60 million hatred points on him. It didn't matter how he spent it. Anyway, he would continue to earn it. He was the best at attracting hatred. With a beep, the system said, according to the test, the host has a treasure soul-absorbing bell on him. If he cultivates a peerless cultivation technique that matches the soul-absorbing bell, it will greatly increase the host's strength. Peerless cultivation technique? What is it? Xia Ping immediately asked. The system said, a sound wave cultivation technique, king-level peerless, called Epic of Heaven, incomplete, requires 15 million hatred points. 15 million hatred points? Hearing this, Xia Ping was also shocked. he didn't expect a cultivation technique to cost so much. However, if the cultivation technique was upgraded by one level, its power would increase exponentially, and its value would also be reversed. It was normal for it to cost more than 10 million hatred points. On the other hand, if the hatred points were low, it proved that this cultivation technique was not very powerful. Epic of Heaven? What kind of sound wave cultivation technique is this? Xia Ping asked. The system explained, this is a music score. When you circulate your qigong and play the Epic of Heaven, it will produce mental illusions. If a martial artist's mental strength is not strong enough, they will immediately sink, as if they have ascended to heaven, and their soul will unknowingly be freed. Even a martial artist with strong mental strength would be in a trance for a moment, and it would be almost impossible for the host to resist. With a moment of time, the host would be able to kill the enemy. If the host were to use the spirit bewitching bell, then it would be practically invincible, and its power would multiply. Even a powerhouse who had just entered the master stage would unknowingly fall for it. Moreover, this is also a skill for group attacks. It won't be a problem even if it's surrounded. One move will be able to make the enemy who is enveloped by the mental power fall into oblivion. It described the benefits of this technique. Good technique, exchange for it immediately. Xia Ping's eyes immediately lit up. To be honest, what he lacked the most was an effective method to deal with a large number of enemies. If he were to face a siege, he would not be able to effectively kill the enemy. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. This was not as simple as it seemed. If he could learn this sound wave cultivation technique, he would be able to make his enemies fall into oblivion in an instant. Then, no matter how many of them joined forces, he would be able to easily kill them all. This would greatly increase his combat effectiveness. Rumble at this moment, a warm current instantly flowed into Xia Ping's mind. His body trembled as if musical notes were playing in the depths of his mind. This was a piece of music. When the Epic of Heaven was played, Xia Ping felt that his surroundings had changed. It was as if he was in heaven and his surroundings were a vast expanse of whiteness. A white sun appeared in the sky, emitting warm holy light that shone into the depths of his soul. He felt warm, as if all his sins in his life had been forgiven. He felt incomparably at ease. Many angels appeared in the surroundings. They had white wings and each feather contained holy energy. It was as if they were holding a Bible in their hands. They were surrounding him and constantly reciting the Bible, as if they were praying for his blessings. At this moment, his soul seemed to have undergone a huge change. White wings grew on his back, turning him into an angel. At this moment, Xia Ping seemed to have completely fallen into oblivion. He felt as if he had entered heaven. His heart was filled with satisfaction and happiness. All his worries disappeared at this moment. Right now, he just wanted to stay in heaven, fly freely and enjoy this paradise. Bang! After an unknown period of time, when the Epic of Heaven was played, Xia Ping felt as if the entire world had collapsed. With a kacha sound, it cracked from the middle like glass. And he fell from heaven and returned to the real world. What a powerful cultivation technique! At this moment, Xia Ping finally came back to his senses. He was shocked. Even with his strong willpower, he had actually fallen into the Epic of Heaven. When the divine song was played, all sorts of beautiful feelings appeared in his heart. He was completely immersed in it. Even though he knew that this was an illusion, he could not bear to leave. He wanted nothing more than to be freed, to go to heaven, to become an angel, and to enjoy the bliss of the human world. If the heavenly dragon's music was an offensive sound wave cultivation technique, it would contain unparalleled destructive power. The power of the sound waves was strong enough to pierce through gold and crack rocks. It was indestructible. As for the Epic of Heaven, it was a deceitful sound wave cultivation technique. It could distort one's mind and affect one's soul. Although it did not have terrifying killing power, it could kill without leaving a trace. Often, the enemy would fall into the darkness without knowing what was going on, sinking into oblivion forever. If it was used with a treasure like the soul-sucking bell, its power would increase by several times. Even an expert who had just entered the master realm would fall for it if they were not careful. Even their soul would be affected. Moreover, it basically covered an area. No matter how many people came, it would be useless. As expected of a peerless king-level cultivation technique. It's so powerful. Xia Ping was extremely shocked, but at the same time, he felt happy. The 15 million hate points were really worth it. It was estimated that there would not be such a sound wave cultivation technique in the entire cloud realm. It was too strange and powerful. It could kill people without leaving a trace. Now, his mental strength was very strong, enough to cover a range of 2 or 3 kilometers. Of course, if he wanted to perform the Epic of Heaven, he had to compress his mental strength crazily so that it could play its role. Probably the range of the Epic of Heaven was only 100 meters. Even so, it was enough. If someone dared to step within 100 meters of him, even an expert at the Master Realm would probably fall in an instant. At this time, he could take the opportunity to kill them. Chapter 644. At the same time, the news of Xia Ping becoming the champion of the genius battle had spread to every corner of the Cloud Realm, especially to the martial arts clans. They all started to take action. I didn't expect the champion of this year's genius battle to be a commoner and not a genius from a sovereign clan. What an eye-opener, someone lamented. The genius battle had been held many times, and almost every time, it was a genius from a sovereign clan who won. It was almost impossible for a commoner to stand out and become the champion. Not to mention talent, just the resources they had were not on the same level. Commoners had to painstakingly absorb the world's spiritual energy, but a member of a sovereign clan could casually take pills. One pill was equivalent to several months of ordinary geniuses' cultivation. How could they compete? It's good that he's a commoner. This proves that this young man is a peerless talent. He's a future sovereign. If our clan can unite with him through marriage, won't we have a huge backer? Someone wanted to send his daughter to marry Xia Ping. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could discern that Xia Ping's future was bright, and if nothing unexpected occurred, then advancing into the king realm was a certainty. If they could hold on to this strong backing, wouldn't they be able to live a good life in the future? He couldn't imagine what it would be like to have a sovereign backing their clan. They could do whatever they wanted in the cloud realm, and not many people would dare to provoke them. But according to the grapevine, that kid seems to be very dissolute. I don't know how many girlfriends he has, and he even wants to make a move on his teacher. Someone inquired about Xia Ping's dark side. He's a young man, so it's normal for him to be hot-blooded. Being dissolute is the nature of a man. He's just a little explicit and not reserved. That's true. It's normal for a sovereign to have many women around him. Nowadays, the disciples of the great clans who have a bit of ability all have many wives and concubines. Even if they only have a wife on the surface, they have a bunch of lovers in the dark. It's not strange at all. It would be strange if he didn't. I'd wonder if there's something wrong with him in that area. In any case, no matter what his personality is like, the key is to be able to establish a relationship with such a genius with a bright future. Immediately instruct some marriageable girls in the family to get in touch with him. If he takes a liking to them, then our family will probably become a phoenix. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. Even if he doesn't take a liking to me, I have to find a way to have a relationship with that young man and obtain his genes. It would be best if I can get pregnant with his child. That's right. What kind of monstrous talent is this? I reckon that even if his descendants are weak, they won't be too weak. If they have a descendant with the aptitude of a king, then wouldn't our clan be heaven-defying? It's better than any other business. Indeed, this is a profitable business. Countless big shots of the martial arts world were discussing this matter. They decided to send the young girls of their own families to establish a relationship with Xia Ping and deliver sugar-coated bullets. Some of the smaller clans even had bad ideas. Even if they couldn't marry Xia Ping, they still wanted to find a way to let the young girls of their clans have relations with him and obtain the bloodline of their descendants. In fact, inheriting the bloodline of a powerhouse was a way to create a large number of geniuses. Most of the king clans developed this way. Those descendants inherited the excellent aptitude of a king, and as a result, they became extremely powerful and dominated the world. For some of the smaller clans, such geniuses didn't need too many. Even if just one appeared, it would be enough for them to reap endless benefits. One day later, at Yanhuang University, the elite students participating in the competition, including Xia Ping, all boarded the warship and returned to Yanhuang University. At this time, Yanhuang University was decorated with lanterns and streamers. There was a huge banner hanging on the door with a dozen words written on it, warmly congratulating our student Xia Ping for winning the genius competition. After all, this kind of competition only took place once every few years. It was considered a grand event in the cloud realm, similar to the Olympics on Earth. Winning the championship would bring great popularity. In particular, Yanhuang University hadn't had a champion in more than 10 years. Now that one had appeared, one could imagine how excited the higher-ups of the university were. Whoosh! The elite students alighted from the warship and landed on the square of Yanhuang University. They were immediately warmly congratulated. Countless students appeared there as if they were welcoming a hero. As the champion, Xia Ping was naturally the focus of the crowd. Look, the elite students are back. I heard that this is Yanhuang University's best result in history. More than 100 people entered the top 10,000. And the champion is also from our university. I didn't expect it to be that bastard Xia Ping. The heavens really have no eyes. But I have to admit it. You'll know after watching the live broadcast that his strength is enough to suppress everyone. He's an elite student among his peers who are still in their first year. He even won the genius competition. This is too exaggerated. Many students looked at the group of elite students and sighed. Because of what had happened before, some of them didn't have a good impression of Xia Ping. However, they had to admit that Xia Ping had won the genius competition. Such a thing had already exceeded their imagination. How lively! Xia Ping looked around the square. He was already used to the stairs and didn't feel anything special. He immediately wanted to leave and return to his villa. Whoosh! 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 At this time, a group of beautiful women walked out from among the students. Such women could be called an army of beauties. As soon as these women appeared, they became the focus of many men. Some were pure, some were sexy, some were cold, some were mature, some were twins, and some were mature. All kinds of beauties appeared in this place. They were dressed to the nines. When they saw Xia Ping, they immediately rushed up and surrounded him like hungry wolves looking at sheep. Is this the genius competition's champion, Xia Ping? I finally see him in person. He's just like on TV. He's tall and handsome. So handsome. I like domineering men like him. His muscles are so fierce. It seems that even some of the elite students with godly strength are no match for him. That's normal. Without this kind of strength, he can't suppress everyone and win the championship. I wonder how his ability is in that area. Can he also suppress everyone?
Chapter 645. Female hooligans, what do you want? Xia Ping was a little confused. He didn't expect to be surrounded by so many girls as soon as he got off the ship. Moreover, all of them were bold and passionate. They looked at him as if they wanted to eat him up. He immediately knew that these girls were definitely hooligans among hooligans. I don't want to do anything. I just like you. Be my man. A girl with a pure face straightforwardly stated her purpose. She wanted Xia Ping to be her man. She was very direct. She was like a fake queen who would knock a handsome guy out and take him away. You're my type. Come and marry me. A girl with long legs was very bold. However, when she said these words, her pretty face turned red. It seemed that she had used up all of her energy. A domineering girl giggled, I want to have some profound and simple exchanges with you. I wonder if that's possible. Her beautiful eyes were extremely charming, revealing a myriad of amorous feelings. I want your ancestral chromosomes. A girl wearing glasses spoke very subtly. However, her eyes seemed to be staring at a certain part of Xia Ping's body. All the girls present looked at Xia Ping passionately. It was as if they wanted to knock him out and take him away. They were all ordered by their respective families to build a good relationship with Xia Ping. No matter what price they had to bring this rich husband back to their families. Some families even strongly requested that it was fine even if they didn't have the status. In short, they had to obtain his ancestral chromosomes. Even if they couldn't bring the older one, they had to bring the younger one. However, it didn't mean that they were all forced. They were unwilling and unwilling. After all, Xia Ping was the champion of the genius competition. He was talented and had a bright future. He had a lot of money on him and was rich enough to rival a country. He was also young. If they could make such a man their husband, it would be equivalent to marrying a king. Such a good thing couldn't be found anywhere else. Therefore, how could these girls not be willing? Beast! Seeing such a scene, the eyes of the elite students in the surroundings turned green. They were simply envious, jealous, and hateful. When had there ever been beauties confessing to their faces like this? Moreover, there were so many of them. It was too unreasonable. Why could this guy get the favor of so many beautiful girls? Was this reasonable? You want me to be your husband? But I'm not a good person, Xia Ping reminded them. A long-legged girl giggled. It's okay. I just like bad guys. I'm very promiscuous. I often go to places that hide filth. Xia Ping gritted his teeth. An older sister-like girl waved her hand. It's fine. Which man doesn't like to have sex? This is a normal physiological need. I completely understand and even support it. You can go if you pay. Supporting him? Giving him money to go?
The faces of the surrounding boys turned green. How could they support such a thing? This was too much. I also like to cheat. Even if I'm married, I won't stop. I'm used to cheating, and I like to seduce married women. My morals are quite corrupt. Xia Ping blinked. A hot girl looked at Xia Ping lovingly. It's just a small matter. I'm broad-minded and won't care about such a small matter. As long as you love me, I can tolerate everything. She stepped forward and hugged Xia Ping's arm, letting him feel the vastness of her chest. How could he tolerate this? A group of men gnashed their teeth. Tears streamed down their cheeks. They simply wished they could kill Xia Ping and replace him. Even if he cheated, he could tolerate it. This was really too happy. The problem is, I've already stepped on more than 10 boats. I've made many women pregnant. I have a lot of dark history. I also like to abandon them. Xia Ping self-destructed, saying that he was not a good man. Since you've already stepped on so many boats, you won't mind stepping on one more. Yeah, make me pregnant. It doesn't matter if I abandon them. As long as there's love, even if you're a beast, it's okay. Even if you have 3 or 4 wives, I can accept it. A group of girls chattered with affection. They revealed a look of letting Xia Ping do whatever he wanted. It seemed that as long as Xia Ping was willing, he could take off their clothes and directly take them to bed. Adulterer. In the distance, Su Ji also saw this scene. She clenched her teeth. She extremely despised this group of women, as well as that extremely thick-skinned man. Her heart also felt extremely depressed. Because she was also instructed by some of the Su family's elders that if she had the opportunity, she must have a good relationship with Xia Ping. If she could hook this rich husband, that would be the best. Some of the elders even hinted her that if necessary, she could take the initiative to seduce him. Hearing these words, she simply exploded with anger. She was a dignified, proud daughter of heaven. How could she do such a shameless thing? How could she marry such a shameless bastard? Wasn't this clearly asking her to fall into a pit of fire? However, she couldn't disobey the Su family's elder's order. So, she hastily came here to give an explanation to her family. She didn't expect that she would encounter such a thing. It was too disgusting. What's so good about this bastard? Why are they so shameless? They don't even have the dignity of a woman. How despicable! Su Ji exploded with anger. She had the urge to hit Xia Ping with a brick. At the same time, she also wanted to scold those shameless women. Can't do anything about it. Who told him to be a big shot? That's right. Becoming the champion of the genius competition is quite an achievement. In the future, he will certainly be a king. His future is limitless. Who doesn't want to marry a king? Once he succeeds, he will certainly enjoy a lifetime of glory, splendor, and wealth. It's not that I can't understand these women's thoughts. In this day and age, even if you get married, you might still get a divorce. Even if you love each other, you might still have an affair after marriage. Don't think that an affair has anything to do with whether the man is rich or not. Even a poor man will have an affair. That's right. Since that's the case, it doesn't matter who you marry. Why not marry someone from a better family? In this way, even if you get a divorce, you can still divide some of the property and live a better life. If you marry a king, that's a great fortune. It's simply incredible. Even chickens and dogs rise to heaven. The girls around Su Ji were all chattering with emotion. You guys! Su Ji gritted her teeth. She didn't expect that her friends would actually start to rebel one by one. They all began to speak up for that shameless man. One must know that before, they were the ones who wanted to kill Xia Ping, wanting to kill this lecher. But since Xia Ping became an elite student and now the champion of the genius competition, each and every one of them changed their attitude. They seemed to want Xia Ping to take responsibility. Chapter 646. Hearing this, Su Ji was suddenly discouraged. She knew that her sisters had been completely brainwashed by that bastard. Moreover, her sisters may have been greatly influenced and pressured by their family. If she was not here to suppress them, they may also be like that group of Sao women, flying over like moths to the flame. At this time, when Xia Ping heard these words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Although he doesn't know why these women want to marry him so much, and even willing to have 3 or 4 concubines, but there's no reason not to eat the meat that is delivered to his door. Even if it's a sugar-coated bullet, he will eat the sugar coating and send the bullet back. He coughed and righteously said, "Ahem, there are too many people here. Why don't we go back to my villa and talk about it in detail? Of course, don't misunderstand, we're just talking." Talk my ass. The surrounding students were baring their teeth. Once these women enter your villa, wouldn't that be like sheep entering a wolf's den? At that time, no matter how they want to toss and turn, they will be tossed and turned. Clearly, this kid is up to no good and wants to do bad things. But they were also depressed because these women simply delivered themselves to his door. It seems that they can't wait to strip off their clothes and be eaten by this kid. What do we want to talk about in your villa? An innocent girl blinked her pure eyes, as if she didn't know what Xia Ping meant. You'll know when the time comes. It's a story about life experience. It will make people grow up overnight and understand a lot. Xia Ping carelessly said, "It will definitely benefit you a lot." What a beast! A group of men's eyes turned red. This bastard is clearly here to seduce a little white rabbit. Such a good girl, but now she is going to suffer from this kid's evil hands and grow up overnight. They don't know how much this little beauty will be ravaged tomorrow. Animal! Su Ji spat at Xia Ping's face. This is an open and aboveboard date, but he still said it in such a righteous way. This kid's face is several times thicker than the city wall. The girls around her also blushed. They also understood Xia Ping's meaning. But with so many girls at once, they don't know if his body can stand it. Isn't he afraid of dying from excessive ejaculation? It's better to do this kind of thing in moderation. Go to your villa? Yes, of course. I heard that it's a villa in the elite area. I wonder how beautiful it is. I've been wanting to go there for a long time. I love chatting the most. When the time comes, you must tell me about your glorious deeds. That's right. Don't try anything funny. She's a weak woman. If you use force, you won't be able to reject her. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and go. The eyes of many women lit up. This was a great opportunity. Moreover, they would be able to share a room with Xia Ping. At that time, wouldn't it be easy to imagine what would happen? If they took this opportunity to eat this man, they would be rich. Thinking of this, all of them became restless and impatient. Why are you leaving? How dare you do such a dirty thing in broad daylight? Has your sense of propriety and honor been eaten by dogs? Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. The temperature of the entire world seemed to have dropped by dozens of degrees. It was as if a world of ice and snow had descended. A terrifying cold current enveloped the surroundings. The ground seemed to have frozen. Large snowflakes were falling from the sky. It was a vast expanse of white. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. Their bodies trembled and they had goosebumps. Then, a woman in white flew over from afar and landed in front of Xia Ping and the others. This woman was Qiushu. What a beautiful woman. A boy with a crew cut was immediately infatuated and became a die-hard fan. He felt as if he had fallen in love at this moment and couldn't extricate himself. Not only this student with a crew cut, but many of the students present also revealed looks of admiration. This woman was really beautiful. Her temperament was outstanding, like a fairy. Even though there were many beautiful girls present, compared to her, they were like pheasants compared to phoenixes. Qiushu, this is the core student Qiushu. So it's the famous senior sister Qiushu. No wonder she's so beautiful. Of course. She and Su Mei are known as the Diamonds of Yanhuang University. It's said that senior sister Qiushu seemed to have a scandal with Xia Ping. The two of them have an indescribable relationship. She must be here to catch the adulterer. Now that guy is dead. He has been caught in bed by the wife of the palace's wife. He's going to lose 2 layers of skin. It's best to get rid of the source of his troubles. That's the end of it, lest he continue to harm innocent women. A group of students suddenly showed a look of schadenfreude. They were watching a good show. Now even the rumored girlfriend had come. They didn't know how this guy would be punished. Senior sister Qiushu. The girls around were also surprised. They didn't expect that the famous Qiushu would also come. They were suddenly shocked. In the face of such a goddess-like figure, they suddenly had the guts. You can go. I have something to discuss with him. Qiushu waved to the group of girls and said straightforwardly. After that, she grabbed Xia Ping. Regardless of whether Xia Ping was willing or not, she directly grabbed him and flew into the air. Xia Ping! A group of girls all exclaimed. But Qiushu was an expert at the Grand Master Peak. How could they compare with her? Before they could react, Xia Ping disappeared from where he was. And there was only a group of students left at the scene, looking at each other, at a loss. Ha, this little bastard is going to be unlucky. He will definitely be severely taught a lesson by senior sister Qiushu. He is shameless to the extreme to let him have sex everywhere. Seeing this situation, Su Ji felt extremely comfortable. She thought that Xia Ping's behavior must have completely angered Qiushu, so he was taken away to be taught a lesson. She was very looking forward to seeing Xia Ping's miserable appearance after being taught a lesson. At this time, on the roof of a teaching building in Yanhuang University, Qiuxiu suddenly grabbed Xia Ping and brought him to this place. There were no students around, and it was very empty. "Honey, why did you take me away? Are you jealous because so many women want to eat me? But you can rest assured that even if they can get my body, they can't get my heart. I love you the most." Xia Ping said carelessly, indicating that he loved Qiuxiu the most. Even if he was insulted by a group of female hooligans, his heart would still not have any change. The sky and the moon could be seen. Who will be jealous? Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 647. Well, if you say you're not jealous, then it's not. Xia Ping nodded, showing that he understood. After all, everyone who was seen through would be a little angry. He wouldn't take it too far. What's with that look? Qiuxiu was embarrassed and annoyed. What did this bastard say? He obviously didn't think that way. But in the blink of an eye, she seemed to have thought of a problem. She immediately said proudly, "Are you very angry that I ruined your good time, so you said this to anger me?" Originally, she wanted to look for Xia Ping at any time, but seeing a group of women surrounding Xia Ping, he actually dared to openly ask for a pow here. It was simply shameless to the extreme. If this kind of atmosphere was allowed to spread, what would the whole Yanhuang University become? Previously, when he was in high school, this brat began to corrupt the school's atmosphere. She didn't expect that he would start to do the same when he came to university. As a teacher, she immediately stood up to stop this shameless behavior. "It's okay, I can ask them out whenever I want, and I already have their contact information." Xia Ping smiled slightly. Just now, those women were relentless. He didn't know what methods they used, but they actually found his phone number. They all sent messages to him one by one, hoping to become friends with him. Bastard! Qiuxiu gritted her teeth. She was stunned. She didn't expect those women to hook up with Xia Ping so quickly and even have his contact information. She immediately felt a burst of anger. Didn't this mean that what she did was useless? Hee, this man is really a super hooligan. With a swoosh, a figure flashed. The air was filled with a pleasant smell, like roses, like plum blossoms. Even the world's top perfume couldn't compare. This graceful figure immediately appeared in front of Xia Ping. Her figure was extremely hot, and she was extremely charming. She was simply a seductive vixen that could charm people to death. Su Mei's wife is also here. Xia Ping also recognized the identity of this woman. Hearing this, Su Mei's face darkened. She wanted to hit him. This hooligan's dog mouth can't spit out ivory. Alright, don't be so talkative. I have something to talk to you about. Qiuxiu was speechless. This little bastard was still the same as before. She thought that after becoming the champion, with responsibility, he would be calmer. She didn't expect that he would still be so infuriating. However, seeing Su Mei being defeated still made her feel good. You have something to talk to me about? What is it? Xia Ping asked curiously. Hearing this, Qiuxiu said seriously, "You've helped me a lot in this battle of geniuses, allowing me to obtain some benefits. In return, I want to tell you a piece of information as repayment." Helped you a lot? When did I help you? Xia Ping was very confused. He didn't seem to have met Qiuxiu during the genius battle, so how did she help him? You don't need to know how to help. Qiuxiu would not stupidly reveal the matter of her betting with many core students. Otherwise, she would definitely be extorted by this brat and extorted money. In short, you will enter the Sky Demon battlefield in a month. I guess you don't know much about that place now. She looked at Xia Ping. It's not that I don't know anything about it. After the genius battle ended, the school leaders sent me some information about the Heavenly Demon battlefield. I read it carefully and have a preliminary understanding of it. Xia Ping said solemnly. The heavenly demon battlefield had been discovered for so many years, and a group of people would enter almost every few years. Over time, many secrets and information about the heavenly demon battlefield were revealed and known to humans. Through the information, he knew that the heavenly demon battlefield was originally a paradise, a small world. Many spirit herbs grew in this small world, and the heaven and earth spirit chi was rich. It was known as a holy land for demons. However, in ancient times, many demon races were at odds with each other. In order to snatch this small world and make it their own, they engaged in an earth-shattering war. In the end, the heavenly demon battlefield became a forbidden land. Space collapsed, and there were spatial turbulence everywhere. Evil demons ran amok. Even so, there were still many spirit herbs, spirit fruits, spirit veins, and even treasures left behind by demon kings after they died. There were also various inheritances. These things were of great benefit to living beings, so they fought over them crazily. Yes, it's about the same as what you know. However, the heavenly demon battlefield is just too big. Choshu said, even after countless years of wandering, humans and demons have only discovered a small part of the area. They don't know much about most of the areas because those places are too dangerous. No one dares to barge in. Xia Ping nodded. He also knew from the public information that there were still many mysterious areas in the heavenly demon battlefield, and no one knew what secrets these areas had. It was precisely because of this that there were many secrets to be unearthed and countless inheritances. The heavenly demon battlefield had endless charm and attracted countless geniuses. I went to the heavenly demon battlefield once before. Choshu looked at Xia Ping and said, it can be said that I learned a lot of secrets in there. I adventured along the way and found 100-year-old white spirit ginseng fruit in a hidden valley. At that time, it was not ripe, so I did not pick it. It's been a few years now, so it should be almost ripe. If you obtain that white spirit ginseng fruit, you will definitely be able to advance to the Grandmaster realm. White spirit ginseng fruit. Upon hearing this, Xia Ping was shocked. He knew that this was a rare spirit fruit in the world. It had majestic medicinal power. Once consumed, it was equivalent to gaining decades of cultivation power. The benefits were endless. This kind of spirit fruit had no price in the market, because no one would take it out to sell. The real top-notch treasures did not even have a price. They could only be bartered. That valley is very secretive. No one should know about it except me. If you go to that valley, you will be able to get it easily. Choshu looked at Xia Ping. I will send you a map and other information about this valley by email. Then, she also talked about some things to pay attention to in the heavenly demon battlefield, as well as many dangerous places. If one accidentally walked in, even a grandmaster would die. These were the experiences of those who had entered the heavenly demon battlefield. They were extremely precious. It was a danger that could not be shown in the information. It benefited Xia Ping a lot and could be considered as having a systematic understanding of the heavenly demon battlefield. Well, that's about it. This is what I know. Choshu said in a deep voice, I can't help you no matter what. I hope you can have a good harvest in the heavenly demon battlefield. Most importantly, don't die in the hands of those demons. After speaking, she took a deep look at Xia Ping and turned to leave. Chapter 648. At this moment, the Thousand Monster Mountain was a sacred mountain of the monster race. However, it didn't just represent one huge mountain. It was a continuous mountain range that covered an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. The mountains were extremely majestic and reached into the clouds. All the kings and their descendants lived in these mountains. It was the sacred land of the monster race. At the same time, on one of the mountain peaks of the Thousand Monster Mountain, there was a gigantic palace. Many geniuses of the monster race were gathered inside. They were all geniuses from different races. The result of the human genius battle is out. The winner seems to be a human called Xia Ping. The one who spoke was a golden lion. It was huge, 4 to 5 meters tall. Its 4 hooves stood on the ground, looking extremely powerful. Its fur was golden as if it was made of gold. Its eyes shone and strands of golden light descended from the sky, shining brightly. A terrifying monster chi spread out from its body as if all the monsters had to bow down to it. Human Xiaoping. I heard he's very famous. He's only 18 years old and is known as the youngest champion in history. He even killed Scorpion 13 and angered the Black Scorpion King. He has the potential to become an undefeatable king. A huge turtle was lazily lying on the ground. Its body was also huge, with a diameter of 10 meters. There seemed to be many patterns of stars carved on its shell. Even though it was daytime, there seemed to be blue light falling from the sky, resonating with its body. Each breath it took in a large amount of spiritual qi. This was the famous Starlight Turtle. It was said that this was the strongest turtle race under the sky. Once it lived for 10,000 years, it could travel in the sky alone. Its defense was also terrifying. Even if it was hit by a meteorite, it wouldn't be damaged at all. It sounds delicious. I wonder how his flesh and blood tastes like. After eating him, maybe my cultivation will increase greatly. There was a huge stone table in front of them. A tiger was sitting on the chair. However, the food on the table wasn't human food. Instead, it was pieces of metal. Each piece weighed thousands of kilograms. However, this ferocious tiger seemed to be eating snacks. It threw the metal into its mouth and started munching on it. Its expression seemed to be incomparably delicious. This was a metal tiger, and its main food was metal. The more metal it ate, the rarer the metal it ate, the more powerful it would become. Kiki, what a waste to eat him. I might as well capture him and make him my slave. With such a human with limitless potential as my battle slave, he will definitely be of great help in the future. In the distance, on top of a tree that was hundreds of meters tall, a black crow cackled. Its body was filled with a black and ominous aura. It seemed to be causing the surrounding trees to wither and their life force to be stripped away. This was a crow of misfortune, and it had the ability to control the aura of death. Any living creature that encountered this crow of misfortune would basically die, and its ancestors had left behind countless terrifying legends. Become a battle servant? I can't believe you actually thought of this. Aren't you afraid that the human kings will flip out? The one who spoke was a thunder ape. It held a metal rod in its hand, and the muscles all over its body swelled up, seeming to contain terrifying power. From time to time, strands of thunder energy would linger around its body, making crackling sounds. With its body as the center, no monster dared to approach within 10 meters of it, as if they were afraid of being electrocuted to death. The surrounding monsters were all very afraid of this thunder ape. Hee, if they want to flip out, then flip out. Could it be that they can fight their way into the myriad monster mountain? Moreover, no matter what happens in the celestial demon battlefield, the kings can't interfere. This is the rule, unless they want to start a war between the human race and the monster race. The crow of misfortune laughed. It didn't care at all, because its power relied on war and death to grow rapidly. It could be said that it was the biggest supporter of war. If it could start a war because of this, then it couldn't be any better. It was exactly what it wanted. Interesting. I didn't expect that you, the crow of misfortune, would also want to capture him and make him your slave. But unfortunately, I also fancy him. He is my prey, three-eyed giant. A 4 to 5 meter tall humanoid creature stood up. Its whole body emitted a noble aura, as if it was a god. There was a third eye on its forehead, and a pair of huge wings appeared on its back. It stood where it was, as if it was a towering mountain that no one could surpass. Looking at everyone's eyes, it was high and mighty, as if it didn't care about any monster at all. Three-eyed, you want to fight with me, the crow of misfortune? Do you want to die? The crow of misfortune squinted its eyes, and its body emitted an aura of death. The tree it stayed on quickly withered, turning into a dead tree. Its life energy was completely sucked away, and even the ground turned into black soil, emitting an aura of decay. Do you want to die? The three-eyed giant sneered. You, the crow of misfortune, think that you are qualified? Others might be afraid of you, but I, the three-eyed giant, am not. If you have the guts, come and fight. It opposed each other tit for tat. Interesting, you dare to provoke me, the crow of misfortune. It seems that you want to die now. The crow of misfortune laughed cruelly. It seemed that it was also angry. A black aura surged, and a black cloud seemed to float in the sky, covering the sun. The other monsters stood at the side quietly, as if they were watching a good show. They didn't plan to stop it. Even though they were all monsters, there were many conflicts between different races. The conflicts were even more intense than that of humans, and killing each other often happened. Enough, this is the 1,000-monster mountain. If you want to fight, go outside. Don't behave atrociously here. Instantly, a loud sound rang out, like thunder from the 9 heavens, causing pain in the eardrums of all the monsters present. Even the ground had dozens of cracks. Immediately, a huge figure stood up. It was bigger than all the monsters present, more than 100 meters tall. It was like a mountain, and also like a city wall. Its skin was light gold, and it seemed to contain the power of mysterious inscriptions. Its defense was strong, and even if a missile hit it, it wouldn't crack at all. Its trunk was like a dragon, devouring everything. It was a giant elephant, and it was the king of the elephant race, the heaven-devouring elephant. It was said that this heaven-devouring elephant was only in its infancy. When it matured, it would be thousands of meters tall. When it walked, it would be like a huge mountain, shaking the earth. This heaven-devouring elephant had the power to devour the world. If it became a monster king, it would be almost invincible. Even if dozens of monster kings attacked it together, they wouldn't be able to break the defense of the heaven-devouring elephant. In fact, the heaven-devouring elephant was extremely strong. With a flick of its trunk, it could destroy everything. Humph, consider yourself lucky this time. The crow of misfortune snorted coldly. When it saw the heaven-devouring elephant step forward, it retracted its aura. Enter the heaven demon battlefield, and I'll take your life. The three-eyed giant said coldly. Not to be outdone, it turned and left. What a bunch of noisy fellows. The starlight turtle was still lying lazily on the ground, enjoying the energy of the sun. Chapter 649. 1 month later. Xia Ping was cultivating in the quiet room of his villa. Bang! Suddenly, his body trembled as if a bottleneck had been broken. The true essence in his body increased greatly and surged through his meridians like a river. His aura suddenly increased. Who? Xia Ping opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He breathed in and out the spiritual energy in his body and felt his strength increase. After a month of cultivation, he had devoured the water moon grass and the energy of many demon cores. He had broken through 5 or 6 meridians and his true essence was much stronger than a month ago. He continued to advance toward the 9th level of martial master and became stronger. At the same time, Xia Ping had completely cultivated the peerless king-level epic of heaven. With the help of the soul-sucking bell, he had mastered this martial art and could use it at any time. It could be said that he was stronger than he was during the genius battle and could easily defeat any martial master. Even if he faced someone who had just entered the Grandmaster realm, he was confident he could fight them. It's a pity that the rate of consumption of water moon grass and demonic cores is too fast. I guess breaking through to the 9th heaven of martial master is the limit. Xia Ping now deeply felt that cultivation was definitely an extremely costly thing. Normally, these things would be enough for an ordinary person to live a carefree life. However, they could only support one's cultivation until the 9th level of martial master. This was too extravagant. No wonder people said that one had to spend an entire city's worth of money to break through to the king realm, and they might not even succeed. Ding dong! Suddenly, Xia Ping's communicator rang. He immediately received a message that the Sky Demon battlefield was about to begin. All the elite students who were qualified to participate should gather at the university square. Is it finally going to begin? Seeing this news, Xia Ping clenched his fists and his heart surged. He had been waiting for a month and had finally waited for the Sky Demon battlefield to begin. Now his spirit, energy, and essence had reached an unprecedented level. Whoosh! Soon, Xia Ping arrived at the square of Yanhuang University. There was a super battleship floating in the air. Many elite students of Yanhuang University had also arrived. Among them were geniuses like Bai Qingqing and Lu Boming. They had entered the top 10,000 and were qualified to enter the Sky Demon battlefield. Boom! When everyone arrived, the super battleship immediately released a burst of energy that surrounded the elite students. In the next second, Xia Ping and the others were teleported to their seats on the warship. At this time, the elite students from the other schools had also arrived and were waiting on the warships. Once all the elite students arrived, they would set off for the Sky Fiend battlefield. The people from Yanhuang University are here. No way, did that jinx Xia Ping also come? Without a doubt, this kid is the champion. How could he not come? How unlucky. I didn't expect to meet this kid again. How unlucky. Damn it, this reminds me of the Shadow of the Genius battle. It took me a month to get rid of it, but I didn't expect to meet this damn bastard again. I guess I won't be able to sleep tonight. I'll have nightmares. On the warship, many elite students were gnashing their teeth. They were all alarmed because Xia Ping was a student of Yanhuang University. He would definitely board the warship at this time. Sure enough, when the people from Yanhuang University appeared on the battleship, many people saw Xia Ping's familiar figure. Some people's faces immediately darkened, as if remembering many bad things. They're all acquaintances. Xia Ping glanced around and found that he knew many elite students. Lu Chao, Xia Anshou, Lian Jingshun, Tyrant Jia, Feng Qiudao, and so on. They were all influential figures in the genius battle. In addition, there were also many geniuses who were in the limelight in the genius battle. Little Lu, long time no see. You look good. Are your injuries all healed? Xia Ping went up to Lu Chao and greeted him very enthusiastically. With a bang, he gently slapped Lu Chao's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. Good my ass. Lu Chao bared his teeth. He wanted to punch Xia Ping in the face when he saw this bastard who acted friendly with him. He was beaten so badly because of this brat. How dare he ask here if his injuries were healed? Was this not mocking him? What else could it be? He even called him Little Lu. Was this bastard familiar with him? Furthermore, even though he had the invincible Vajra body, being struck by that palm would still hurt. I'm fine. But no matter what, Xia Ping was still an influential figure, a peerless genius. It would be impolite not to reply, so he could only forcefully squeeze out such a reply. Xia Ping didn't mind, because he saw Jia Jijie beside him. He said, Little Jia, it seems your vitality isn't bad either. I still remember the match from last time. That 9-sword wave slash was really powerful. Can you teach me? He blinked. Teach my ass. Jia Jijie wanted to spit in his face. His 9-sword wave slash was a secret of a king tier. He wouldn't reveal it no matter how much money he had. This kid was really thick-skinned. He wanted him to teach him. Dream on. This is a secret. I can't teach you. Jia Jijie gritted his teeth. Xia Ping shouted, why can't I teach you? Just say it. How much money do you want? I can pay any amount. He patted his chest, looking like he was rich. Country bumpkin. Jia Jijie was half dead with anger. Who did this bastard think he was? Did he think he could buy people with money? He was really looking down on him. It was extremely hateful. He didn't want to talk to Xia Ping at all. He turned around and left, changing seats. Why are you leaving? You really don't listen. Ha! Isn't that Lumu? We're old rivals. Why is your face still green? Are you wearing a green hat on your face? Xia Ping muttered. He also saw Lu Mu beside him. He had the demonic tree bloodline and cultivated the withered tree divine technique. He was also a powerful expert. What a dog's mouth. Nothing good can come out of it. Lu Mu wanted to spit on this kid's face. During the previous competition, he was teased by this kid. In the end, everyone in the Cloud Realm knew that his face was green. Even some of his friends started to laugh at him. These nightmares were all caused by this bastard. No one knew how miserable he had been this month. He clenched his fists. If they weren't on the warship, he would have punched Xia Ping's face to vent his anger. Hey, isn't this Guda? Xia Ping also noticed Guda, who had the black bat bloodline. I'm not Guda. Guda felt Xia Ping's loving gaze. His face also turned green like Lu Mu's. He instantly stood up, turned around, and left. Chapter 650. All the elite students present bared their teeth and looked at Xia Ping as if he was a plague. Why didn't anyone seal this bastard's mouth? This was too infuriating. Even Feng Qiudao and the others felt that this kid deserved a beating. Ding dong! Suddenly, a voice rang out from the warship, clearly transmitted to the elite students present. Hello, everyone. This old man is Lu Shuwen. I will now talk to everyone about the Sky Demon battlefield. Please take your seats. Upon hearing this, all the elite students present immediately took their seats, including Xia Ping. After all, Lu Shuwen was an invincible sovereign. Not only was he Yanhuang University's vice-chancellor, but he was also a major character that appeared in textbooks. No one dared to disregard the words of such a character. Very good. Lu Shuwen knew that the elite students present were seated through the warship surveillance video. I believe everyone knows that you can stay in the Sky Demon battlefield for 3 months this time. Once the 3 months are up, you must come out. Otherwise, you will be trapped in this small world and die a violent death. Xia Ping and the others nodded. They also knew this. The Sky Demon battlefield opened for a limited time each time. Once the time was up, the entrance would close. It would only open again after a few years. This was similar to the Cloud Mist mountain range. You also know that there are countless treasures in the Sky Demon battlefield. Lu Shuwen continued. We, the human higher-ups, sent you in because we have a mission for you to do. Moreover, this is an obligation that you must complete. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. His tone was very strict. Xia Ping and the others became serious. They also knew that the human higher-ups had paid a huge price to send them to the Sky Demon battlefield. They did not just want to train the human geniuses. At the same time, the Sky Demon battlefield contained a large number of treasures. These treasures were of great benefit even to sovereigns. However, because of the suppression of strength in the Sky Demon battlefield, sovereigns could not enter. Therefore, they could only enter without the help of martial masters to help them search for various treasures. This was a very fair trade. If you can come out of the Sky Demon battlefield alive, you must hand over 10 kilograms of spirit liquid or treasures of the same level. Lu Shuwen spoke of the elite students' mission and said, if anyone fails to complete this mission, then even if you come out of the Sky Demon battlefield, you'll have to continue to repay the debt until you've paid it off. Of course, as long as you complete this mission, any treasures you obtain from the Heavenly Demon battlefield will belong to you. We will absolutely not ask about it and will even protect your personal property. 10 kilograms of liquid. Upon hearing those words, many elite students sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The so-called spiritual liquid was a treasure of the heavens and earth. It was a rare treasure of the heavens and earth that would only be formed under conditions where the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth was extremely dense. If one could absorb 1 kilogram of spiritual liquid, it would be equivalent to 10 years of cultivation for an ordinary grandmaster. It was more precious than many elixirs. Furthermore, these spirit liquids didn't have any side effects, so even king tiers were extremely eager to obtain them. They were a type of rare natural treasure that could assist in one's cultivation, and they couldn't be bought on the market. Only a small world like the Sky Demon battlefield, which had extremely dense heaven and earth spiritual qi, could give birth to a rare treasure like spirit liquid. It was extremely rare in other places. If we don't complete this mission in the Sky Demon battlefield and end up owing a debt, it will be over. An elite student couldn't help but clench his fists. He knew the seriousness of this matter. Only in a treasure land like the Sky Demon battlefield could one have the opportunity to easily obtain 10 kilograms of spiritual liquid. If they left the Sky Demon battlefield, it would be very difficult for them to find such a place. Even if they could find it, it would be a terrifying and dangerous place. It wasn't a place that martial masters or grandmasters could enter. There was only this one chance. We absolutely can't owe a debt. Many elite students couldn't help but have this thought. If they owed a debt of 10 kilograms of spiritual liquid, even a grandmaster would probably vomit blood. This was an extremely huge debt, equivalent to an ordinary person carrying a mortgage that would take decades to pay off. Of course, if any of you don't want to complete this mission, you can also choose to withdraw from the Sky Demon battlefield now. This is a chance for you to choose. Lu Xuan said lightly. However, none of the elite students present withdrew. Even if they had to complete the mission of 10 kilograms of spiritual liquid, it wouldn't stop them from entering the Sky Demon battlefield. What a joke! There were countless treasures and spiritual herbs in the Sky Demon battlefield. This was a rare treasure land. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't be able to find it again. If they were lucky and found a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb or a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb, who knew how many times they could earn? Legend had it that there was a secret to becoming a king. Any elite student with a bit of ambition wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Furthermore, those who could become elite students and stand out in the genius battle were all proud and arrogant people. How could they be scared to leave the Sky Demon battlefield because of this little difficulty? Alright, since no one wants to withdraw, then so be it. I wish you all good luck in the Sky Demon battlefield. After saying this, Lu Xuan's voice disappeared. On the warship, many elite students started talking and looking at each other. Everyone, let's join forces. Yes, the Sky Demon battlefield is extremely dangerous. There is also a group of geniuses of the demon race eyeing us covetously. If we don't join forces, we'll die. One person's strength is limited, but the strength of a group is infinite. I'm from Ares College. I specialize in saber techniques. I hope to find a few experts to team up with. I'm from Tianjin University. I specialize in poison techniques and can survive in the wilderness. I'm from Yanhuang University. I specialize in qigong, tracking, and scouting. No one can compare to me. Many elite students started talking and looked at each other. Some introduced themselves, hoping to team up with experts. After all, only by teaming up with experts would they be able to seize the greatest opportunities and obtain more treasures. No one would team up with the weak because they would only be a burden. After entering such a dangerous place like the Sky Demon battlefield, where would they find the time to take care of the weak? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Immediately, countless elite students started forming teams. In particular, those who had entered the top 100 of the genius battle became the focus of everyone. They became highly sought after and were invited by countless people. Feng Chodao was obviously a helper that many elite students fancied. It was unknown how many elite students wanted to team up with him. This was equivalent to hugging onto a thick thigh. However, as the champion of the genius battle, Xia Ping was all alone. With him as the center, there seemed to be a vacuum. No elite students wanted to go up and invite him. Even the students from Yenhuang University didn't go up. Chapter 651. In just a few minutes, all the elite students had basically formed their teams, forming small groups. Even Feng Qiudao had found Bai Qingqing, Lu Chao, and the other top 10 experts to form a team. However, Xia Ping was still alone. I didn't expect that brat Xia Ping to not be invited. He is still the champion, but he is so miserable and alone. Although he is number 1 now, it will be different once he enters the Sky Demon battlefield. Indeed, some experts at the peak of the 9th rank of Martial Master can reach the Grandmaster realm the moment they enter the Sky Demon battlefield. Their strength will increase several times, so it is incomparable to now. That's right. Although that brat is at the 8th rank of Martial Master, he is still far from the Grandmaster realm. No matter how talented he is, he won't be able to display much of his strength in the Sky Demon battlefield for 3 months. Although that is the case, he is still very strong. If he reaches the 9th rank of Martial Master, it will be even more amazing. The reason why such a thing happened is because this guy's personality is too terrible. He's detestable. Isn't that so? Who would want to be with this bastard? Aren't they afraid of being stabbed in the back by this brat? Even if you beat me to death, I don't want to team up with this guy. Serves him right. Who told him to be so arrogant? Many elite students sneered and looked at Xia Ping with schadenfreude. They had long planned to isolate this brat. Even though they couldn't kill each other because they were all human geniuses, it was fine to punish him and disgust him a little. There were some elite students who didn't hate Xia Ping, but they didn't like him either. It was impossible for them to lend a helping hand, so they could only watch from the sidelines. Xia Ping had an indifferent expression. He didn't care. Although forming a group and working together was indeed a good choice, it was best for him to act alone because he had many secrets that he could not reveal. If he got too close to this group of people, there would be a risk of his secrets being leaked. This kind of situation was exactly what he wanted. If someone wanted to team up with him, he would refuse. Most importantly, he had the ability to act alone. Even if he was alone in the Sky Demon battlefield, he would be able to obtain great benefits without the help of others. Boom! All of a sudden, the super battleship shuddered. No one knew what it did, but a huge wormhole opened up in the distance. It seemed to be a stable spatial tunnel. Immediately, a mechanical voice sounded, "Space jump commencing. Everyone, please get ready and fasten your seatbelts." Crash! Suddenly, a mass of energy surged out from the battleship, instantly enveloping the elite students present. It seemed to form an energy shield, protecting everyone's life. Space jump. Xia Ping's body trembled. He didn't expect to see the super battleship's space jump ability at this time. He had been on this battleship before, but he only flew at full speed and didn't use space jump. However, this was understandable. A single spatial jump required a large amount of energy. If there was no need, one would naturally choose to fly. Now, in order to head to the Heavenly Demon battlefield and save time, the super warship opened up a wormhole and flew in. Whoosh! Instantly, the super battleship entered the wormhole. It was as if it had entered a strange world of photon plane. It was pitch black all around, and one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. A tyrannical power of space pressed over. It seemed to be hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times the gravity. If it wasn't for the protection of the energy shield, they would immediately be pressed into meat paste. But even so, all the elite students, including Xia Ping, felt their consciousness blur. It seemed that even their souls were under a powerful pressure, and they couldn't maintain their consciousness. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, the entire super battleship flew out from the other side of the wormhole and appeared in a vast and boundless super mountain range. There were many mountains. The surroundings were filled with a savage aura. In the depths of the forest, there seemed to be many terrifying wild beasts. However, at this time, They were all prostrating as if they were afraid of this super battleship's destructive aura. What? We've arrived? Some elite students immediately noticed the light outside the battleship's windows. They also discovered that the scenery had changed. They were no longer in Yanhuang University but in another region. Yes, we've arrived near the Heavenly Demon battlefield, an elite student said in a deep voice. Someone immediately exclaimed, "Unbelievable. I just checked the time. Only 1 second has passed." The Heavenly Demon battlefield and Yanhuang University are at least 3 million kilometers apart. Oh my god, we've arrived in 1 second. This is a space jump. Actually, the wormhole theory existed 1,000 years ago, but who knows how difficult it is to achieve a space jump. Indeed, if it weren't for the relic's technology, who knows how much time humans would have to spend. Just the energy, space calculations, spaceship engines, materials, and so on have stumped countless scientists. What an eye-opener. I finally know how powerful a space jump is. I wonder if I can buy such a super battleship to play around with. If I can buy one, it'll be awesome. This is simply a dream. A battleship that can space jump costs at least 5 trillion. Even if you sell your entire family, you might not be able to gather that much money. Tisk tsk, even for a king tier, this is a rather extravagant toy. Many elite students were very surprised. Some wanted to buy one, but they were scared half to death when they heard the price. This was not a toy they could afford at all. Even if they advanced to the king tier, there might not be many people who could afford it. Amazing. Xia Ping also clenched his fists. His desire for a super battleship grew. Although 5 trillion federal dollars was a lot, he now had more than 100 billion. He believed that he would soon be able to gather the money. When that time came, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the cloud realm? We've arrived at the Heavenly Demon battlefield. Lu Xuan's voice sounded again. In a while, you will be directly transported to the Heavenly Demon battlefield. I believe you have also noticed that each of you has a Demon King talisman. This talisman contains a unique energy that can protect you from being eroded by the evil aura in the Heavenly Demon battlefield. At the same time, it also contains a spatial mark. After 3 months, you can tear this Demon King talisman and instantly return to this world. But don't lose it, or you will forever stay in the Heavenly Demon battlefield. Xia Ping and the others immediately discovered that they had a golden talisman on them. It seemed to emit a mysterious energy that was unfathomable. At the same time, this talisman also formed a connection with their minds. It seemed that they could activate this talisman with a thought. Boom! In the distant sky, a huge black portal appeared out of nowhere. There was a spatial vortex inside. It was pitch black, and no one knew where it led to. The elite students present felt their bodies tremble as they were surrounded by a mass of energy. They were instantly transported away and thrown into this black portal. Chapter 652. Whoosh! 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 In the next second, Xia Ping and the others appeared on a plain. There were weeds everywhere, stretching for hundreds of miles, stretching as far as the eye could see. This is the Sky Demon battlefield? Some elite students stood up in shock and looked around. They discovered that the sky was blood-red and filled with killing intent. It seemed to be filled with death, slaughter, and other negative auras. If they stayed here for too long, their souls would probably be contaminated and they would become mindless demons. Fortunately, they had the Demon King talisman with them, which had 3 months' worth of energy. It could ensure that they wouldn't be corroded by the killing intent for 3 months and could survive safely. But after 3 months, if they didn't leave, they would probably die in the Sky Demon battlefield. As expected of a battlefield, this place has experienced an earth-shattering battle. An elite student sighed. This was because he discovered that there were ruins everywhere on the grassland. There were huge cracks that stretched for dozens of kilometers. Some had even become unfathomably deep abysses. If a stone fell, the sound would only be heard 10 minutes later. There were also huge craters on the ground. It was a shocking scene. There was a huge palm print. The crater contained endless killing intent. It was incomparably huge, with a diameter of 2 to 3 kilometers. There was also a footprint. It seemed that a huge creature had stomped on the void, immediately creating a crater with a diameter of 4 to 5 kilometers. It was impossible to imagine how huge the creature was. There was also a skeleton lying in a crater. It was thousands of meters tall, and every bone was like a tree. There was runic power circulating on it. Even after countless years, these bones didn't seem to have been weathered. It was as if they hadn't changed since ancient times. If one dared to approach, they would immediately be invaded by the killing intent contained in the skeleton and have their souls destroyed. Many elite students were incomparably shocked. They couldn't imagine how terrifying the ancient demon race was. If humans from that era came, they would probably be killed. The heaven and earth spiritual chi is also very rich. Xia Ping's eyes flickered. He could also feel that this was indeed a paradise. The spiritual chi was more than 100 times richer than the outside world. In such an environment, many spiritual herbs would probably be born. Since we've arrived at the Sky Demon battlefield, let's bid farewell here. Right. Life and death are up to fate. What treasures we can find will depend on our own luck. Everyone, take care. If we survive, we'll drink again. After seeing the surroundings, many elite students also came back to their senses. They all cupped their fists and went their separate ways to search for treasures in various parts of the heavenly demon battlefield. All of them had enormous clans standing behind them, and they possessed shocking forces and were well informed. So, they'd long since found out from their various channels where they could obtain treasures in the Sky Demon battlefield. Therefore, they would not waste time in this place and immediately set off for the destination that they had long thought of. Feng Chodao and the others were very decisive. They seemed to have already decided on their destination. One by one, they left quickly and disappeared from everyone's sight. Originally, Xia Ping also wanted to immediately set off to a mysterious valley to find the white spirit ginseng fruit that Qiushu had mentioned. However, when he spread out his mental power, he suddenly sensed a sound coming from afar. Hee, follow me. Earlier, I spent a large sum of money to buy information from a core student. I know that there is a spirit spring in a nameless valley several hundred li away from this grassland. The person who spoke was called Tyrant Jia. At this moment, he was very proud of himself. That spirit spring is extremely well hidden and contains a large amount of spirit liquid. If we reach that place, finding 10 kilograms of spirit liquid will be a piece of cake. Of course, that valley is guarded by powerful wild beasts. We'll need everyone's help. However, once we succeed, we won't have to worry about not being able to complete the mission. We'll be able to search for treasures in the Sky Demon battlefield. He used a secret technique to send a voice transmission. The surrounding people were all elite students, including Lian Jingshun and other experts who had entered the top 100. After hearing this news, they were all very tempted. There's a spirit spring. We're going to be rich. Xia Ping's eyes immediately lit up. He didn't expect to eavesdrop on such a secret. This kid probably thought that by sending a voice transmission, others wouldn't be able to eavesdrop on his secret. In reality, this was indeed the case. Using this secret technique, even if the walls had ears, they wouldn't be able to hear it. The problem was that there was a freak like Xia Ping in this world. His mental power was many times stronger than experts of the same level. At the same time, he cultivated the 8 heavenly dragons' music and the epic of heaven. This also made him extremely sensitive to all kinds of sounds. Even the sound of a mosquito wouldn't be able to escape his ears as long as it didn't exceed 3 kilometers. This was probably similar to the legendary clairaudient. Brother 2, I didn't expect you to share such important news. You're really broad-minded. That's right. Thank you, Brother 2, for your guidance. If we get any benefits, we naturally won't forget Brother 2 in the future. In the future, we'll follow Brother 2 and live a good life. We'll follow Brother 2's lead. Lian Jingshun and the others were all sucking up to him. This was to be expected. Since he had taken out such important news to share, they might get huge benefits and become rich overnight. What was a few words of flattery? If someone wanted to give you a few $100 million as pocket money, you'd probably call them daddy. You're too polite, too polite. We still need everyone's help to survive in the Sky Demon battlefield and soar to the sky. Tu Haojie was in a very good mood. Of course, he had taken out this news not only to win over these elite students, but also because the savage beasts there were powerful and he needed help to deal with them. Therefore, he had invited these people to go with him. However, at the same time, he could gain the gratitude and friendship of these elite students. It would definitely be of great benefit to his future development. This was a strategy that killed many birds with one stone. Good people. This is a group of people who will give away money. I have to follow them and fish in troubled waters. Xia Ping touched his chin. Anyway, the white spirit ginseng fruit was in that valley. He estimated that no one would be able to find it in a short time, so it didn't matter if it was left there for the time being. Therefore, he might as well follow this group of elite students and obtain a large amount of spirit liquid. It wouldn't be too late to search for the white spirit ginseng later. After all, there were still 3 months. There was plenty of time. Moreover, he would never refuse a free ride like this. Let's not talk too much. Let's go now. Tu Haojie was in high spirits. He waved his hand and immediately led his team away, heading for the northern part of the grassland. Whoosh! Chapter 653. A day later, in the depths of a forest, Tyrant Hero and the others were resting on a rock. There was a small stream nearby and the breeze was blowing. It was very cool, but this couldn't make them feel better. Because after they set off, they quickly discovered that there was a stalker following them. No matter where they went, that bastard would follow them and never give up. Originally, when they discovered this guy, they wanted to beat him up. Only then did they discover that the bastard was Xia Ping, the champion of the genius battle. They couldn't beat him. All of them were extremely depressed. Damn it, why is that bastard Xia Ping still following us? He has nothing to do all day and doesn't know how to go to other places to adventure and obtain treasures. What's the use of following us poor people? An elite student gritted his teeth and was furious. A white-clothed elite student was also depressed. If this continues, when can we reach that valley and obtain the spiritual liquid? We can't keep going in circles. Time is precious. The valley was originally only a few 100 kilometers away from the plains. They could reach it very quickly. The problem was that after they discovered Xia Ping, they started to run in circles like headless flies, hoping to get rid of this stalker. After all, that was the spirit spring with large amounts of spiritual liquid. How could they be willing to let Xia Ping know about such a place? Everyone knew that the feeling of eating alone was the best. But no matter what they did, they couldn't get rid of him. It was as if this guy had eyes on his back and saw through all their tricks. After such a long time, that guy was completely fine. They were the ones who were exhausted. Don't tell me that kid knows our secret and knows that we are heading to the spirit spring? Some elite students suspected that if that wasn't the case, why didn't the others follow them and only followed them? No way. Tyrant Hero shook his head. My information has never been leaked and none of us have come into contact with him. How could it be leaked? This doesn't make sense. He didn't believe that his information would be leaked. To keep it a secret, who knew how much effort he had put into keeping it a secret? How could it be casually known by others? No matter what, we can't let this kid continue. We have to talk to him and make him scram. Lian Jingshun gritted his teeth. He decided to have a showdown with that kid. The other elite students also agreed. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to take it. Whoosh! Immediately, Tyrant Jia and the other elite students took action, arriving in front of Xia Ping. Hey, what a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet you guys here. It's fate. Seeing Tyrant Jia and the others come over, Xia Ping greeted them warmly. Coincidence my ass. Tyrant Hero and the others wanted to spit on this bastard's face. He had clearly been following them for a day like a stalker, but now he was putting on an act, saying that it was a chance encounter. They had never seen such a thick-skinned person before. Xia Ping, we don't beat around the bush. Tyrant Hero said straightforwardly, I don't know why you want to follow us, but we really don't have any money, and we don't have any secrets. There's no benefit in following us. That's right. Go and follow Feng Chodao and the others. That's right, those bastards are the local tycoons. They have a lot of information. Only by following that group of people will you have meat to eat. If you follow us, Northwest Wind, you will have food to eat. Don't make things difficult for poor people like us. The group of elite students spoke up. You're too polite. Actually, this is really a coincidence. Xia Ping felt that he was wronged. I'm not following you guys. I just happen to be walking the same path as you guys. Coincidentally, a bastard. Tyrant Hero and the others had the urge to beat Xia Ping up. The Sky Demon battlefield was so big. A day had passed, and he had been following them every minute and second. How could he coincidentally be walking the same path? He was clearly lying through his teeth. Only fools would believe such words to trick children. Xia Ping, just continue following us. Lian Jingshun immediately shouted in anger, we don't have any secrets on us. There's no benefit in following us. It's just a waste of your time. Xia Ping smiled and said, it's fine. I have plenty of time. Bastard! Tyrant Hero and the others' faces turned green. They could tell that this bastard had used some unknown method to learn their secrets. That was why he had been following them all this time, hoping to get a free ride and fish in troubled waters to reap some benefits. The problem was that in order to obtain this information, they had paid an unknown price. They had been extorted by that core student. Now, that brat wanted to hitch a ride so easily and gain benefits. He was simply dreaming. Alright, then you can follow us slowly. Lian Jingshun and the others were determined. They would continue to waste time with Xia Ping. They didn't believe that this brat would keep following them. For the next 3 days, they didn't go anywhere. They just circled around the forest, trying to get rid of Xia Ping and wear out his patience. The problem was that no matter what method they used, they couldn't get rid of Xia Ping's tracking. They couldn't even wear out his patience. Xia Ping also took advantage of this period of time to break through another meridian. His quintessential essence had greatly increased, and he was breaking through to the 9th layer of Martial Master. It wouldn't be long before he could break through again. Therefore, he wasn't anxious at all. He would slowly play with this group of people. We can't do it anymore. No matter what we do, that brat keeps following us. It seems that he plans to fight to the end with us. An elite student was in despair. That bastard was too annoying. He was even more annoying than a girlfriend. He followed them 24 hours a day and kept pestering them. Let's fight to the end. I don't believe that with that brat's ambition, he will continue to do such useless things. Whether it takes 10 days, 20 days, or a month, I will continue to waste time with him. Lian Jingshun was going crazy. He was a very stubborn person. A month? An elite student's expression changed. He was in a difficult position. That's too long. Even if this brat can waste time, we can't. That's right. The opportunity to enter the Heaven Demon battlefield is so precious. It's only once in a lifetime. Is it worth it to waste such a precious opportunity just because of a fit of pique? If he wants to hitch a ride, let him. This fellow is so thick-skinned. It's not a big deal to give him some benefits. That's right. I'm convinced by this slut. For the sake of benefits, he doesn't want any face. We can't beat him. Let's cooperate with him. Anyway, he's strong. It's not a disgrace to cooperate with him. The group of elite students was completely convinced. They didn't want to waste any more time. After all, it was just spirit liquid. It was nothing compared to the many spirit herbs, spirit fruits, treasured artifacts, and inheritances in the heaven demon battlefield. Wasting a month for that bit of spirit liquid was simply stupid. Chapter 654. All of you. Lian Jingshuan's expression became extremely unsightly when he heard this. He hadn't expected his companions to betray him and decide to negotiate with Xia Ping. Tu Hao looked at Lian Jingshan and said, Lian Jingshan, think about it carefully. Is fighting with Xia Ping more important or advancing to the King Realm more important? King Realm? Lian Jingshuan's entire body shook, and the unwillingness in his heart had finally calmed down. Indeed, if he continued to fight, it wouldn't be beneficial to him, and it would only cause both sides to suffer. If he continued to waste time and missed the various fortuitous encounters in the heavenly demon battlefield, then his entire life would be over. He wouldn't be able to advance to the King Realm, and he would forever be an ant. Alright, all of you are right. We can't fight, we have to be harmonious and focus on the bigger picture. Lian Jingshan took a deep breath. He compromised and decided to negotiate with Xia Ping. Swoosh! In next to no time, Tu Hao and the others arrived before Xia Ping once more. Xia Ping, you win. We compromise. Let's negotiate. Tu Hao and the others bared their teeth and stared at Xia Ping. Xia Ping revealed an innocent expression, negotiate? That's too exaggerated. Others might think that I'm bullying all of you. I'm just passing by. Passing my ass. Even if Lian Jingshan wanted to negotiate with Xia Ping, he couldn't help but want to beat this fellow up. How shameless. He was still lying through his teeth at a time like this. Xia Ping, I won't waste my breath with you. Let's talk directly. Lian Jingshan gritted his teeth. We do know some secrets of the heavenly demon battlefield. We know the location of a spirit spring, and we're planning to explore it. He revealed their group's secret. Oh, there's such a thing. What a shocking secret, Xia Ping said lazily. This bastard. How could they not know that their secret had been exposed when they saw Xia Ping's unsurprised expression? No wonder this bastard kept following them and refused to leave. Lian Jingshan was secretly glad that he compromised in time. Otherwise, this kid would really follow him until the end of time. At that time, he didn't know how much time he would waste. If you join us, we can share a portion of the benefits with you. The local tyrant felt very wronged as he said these words. Originally, with so many people dividing the spirit liquid, there shouldn't be much left. Now there was another bitch with a big appetite, Xia Ping. He reckoned that this fellow was the kind of person who would pluck feathers from a goose. He didn't know how much benefit he had to share to satisfy this kid's appetite. How could I do that? But since you've kindly invited me, I'll reluctantly accept. Xia Ping said carelessly, showing an expression as if it was an honor for him to join them. Lian Jingshan and the others were driven mad. They wanted to hammer this scoundrel to death. He had clearly taken advantage of them, yet he was still trying to show off. He was shameless to the extreme. However, since they had made such a decision, they immediately relaxed and no longer continued to go around in circles. They directly walked towards the location of the spirit spring. In less than 2 hours, they finally arrived at the valley. As soon as he arrived at the valley, Xia Ping squinted his eyes. He immediately sensed an enormous demonic aura in the valley, soaring into the sky, and his blood and chi were overflowing. It wasn't just Xia Ping. The other elite students also sensed it. So. The valley shook, and one demonic beast after another ran out. They seemed to have also sensed the unfamiliar aura outside. They were 4 to 5 meters tall, had horns on their heads, and were covered in black scales. They held steel tridents in their hands, and their eyes were red, filled with a crazy killing intent. Jia, humans are here. Lowly humans, all of them are our food. Kill them, these humans must be coveting the spirit spring here. Every human deserves to die, all of them deserve to die. They are only fit to be our food. One by one, the demonic beasts roared. They seemed to have lost their minds, and their minds were filled with the desire to kill. When they sensed the aura of humans, they all rushed over in a frenzy. What's going on? Why are there so many demonic beasts? Some elite students were shocked because according to the information of the core students, there seemed to be only a dozen or so beasts in this valley. But now, these demonic beasts occupied the valley, and there were hundreds of them. Furthermore, each of them was extremely terrifying, and they had the strength of a peak martial master. I don't know. Many years have passed, and there are bound to be changes. This kind of change is unpredictable. The local tyrant didn't expect such a thing to happen. There were hundreds of peak martial master demonic beasts, and they would be a terrifying force no matter where they were. Stop talking nonsense, kill these demonic beasts. If they don't die, then we will die. Lian Jingshun roared. He knew that now was not the time to chat. These demonic beasts were all experts in killing, and they were simply natural killing monsters. These demonic beasts attacked them, and they wouldn't give them any time to breathe. A bunch of ants. At this moment, Xia Ping made his move. After a month of cultivation, his martial arts strength had improved tremendously. His entire body exploded with a mountain-like aura. He circulated the pure yang immortal art in his body, and the cells of the golden crow of hell seemed to be trembling. Flames surged out from the 108,000 pores on his body, and a divine bird totem seemed to condense on his back. Dong! He punched out, and it was as if he had mobilized the power of fire in the heaven and earth, and a great power like a flood burst out. The flames condensed into a divine bird, flying in all directions. Bang bang bang! These flaming divine birds fiercely bombarded the demonic beasts, and the terrifying essence of the sun immediately descended, burning their internal organs. In an instant, the demonic aura on their bodies was ignited, as if fire had met gasoline. Ah ah ah! Suddenly, these demonic beasts let out shrill screams, as if they were human beings who had spontaneously combusted. They were almost burnt to the point of not looking human, and the intense pain extended to the depths of their souls, making them almost collapse. Good opportunity, kill. Seeing this, the local tyrant and the others immediately knew that this was the best opportunity. These demonic beasts had been shamelessly and miserably beaten by Xia Ping, and had lost more than half of their combat strength. If they didn't kill them now, when would they? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, they attacked, some with swords, some with knives, some with spears, and some with bare hands, but each of them displayed the terrifying power of a peak martial master. It could only be said that they were indeed the elites of humanity. Each of them was like a humanoid Gundam able to tear down buildings with their bare hands. In a few breaths, in the valley, hundreds of demonic beasts were killed, and their corpses were cut into dozens of pieces. Chapter 655. This feels great. An elite student felt extremely delighted. He didn't think that killing demons would be so easy. One punch was enough to kill one, and their bodies exploded without any effort. Normally, these demons were invulnerable. Ordinary blades and swords wouldn't be able to injure them. Killing one would require a huge price. Facing over 100 demons, even if they could win, a few of them would die. But with Xia Ping in this place, things were completely different. With a single move, he could seriously injure these evil devils. Then, they could easily wipe them out and completely eradicate them. It was countless times easier. This was also very normal. Xia Ping cultivated the pure yang immortal art, which absorbed the essence of the sun. It was the strongest and fiercest flame power. It could be said to be the nemesis of these demons, and its killing power was multiplied. When those demons touched the flames, they were immediately half dead. Their scales melted, and without their tough outer armor, they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. This guy is too strong. Tyrant Jia and the others couldn't help but admire Xia Ping. The champion of the genius contest, the youngest champion in history. He defeated Feng Qiudao in the finals, and was said to have the potential to become an invincible king. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Although they had heard of Xia Ping's fame and seen his battles, only now did they truly feel this kid's strength and valiance. With such a companion, they felt much more at ease. It was as if he could crush any difficulty. His personality is just a little bad. Lian Jingshun bared his teeth. He couldn't help but admire Xia Ping's strength. If Xia Ping hadn't joined, who knew how many of them would have died? The problem was that this kid was too annoying, and no one liked him. But then again, if it wasn't for this kid being so annoying, he probably wouldn't have joined their team. Let's go in. Xia Ping didn't care what these people thought. He sensed that all the demons here had been killed, and the demonic qi had been swept clean. There was no longer any danger. He raised his foot and walked into the depths of the valley. Soon, he found a pool of water in the depths of the valley. This pool had a five-colored glow, and golden lotuses sprouted from the ground. The surroundings were filled with dense heaven and earth spiritual qi. With just a slight sniff, he felt as if all the cells in his body were trembling. He wanted nothing more than to devour all of this aura and strengthen his body. A spiritual spring. There really is a spiritual spring here. Lian Jingshun couldn't help but shout as he stared at the deep pool. There was a fist-sized hole on the surface of the pool. Sparkling liquid continuously flowed out and dripped into the pool. This liquid contained pure energy. He felt that if he could swallow a portion of this liquid, he would be able to break through to the Grandmaster realm immediately. Spiritual liquid. This is undoubtedly spiritual liquid. Oh my God! How can there be so much of it? There's an entire pond. Just how much spiritual liquid is there? If I can get all of them, I'll be as rich as a country. Fortunately, we are in the heavenly demon battlefield. If we were in the outside world, it would be possible to trigger a war between the human clan and the demon clan. Juniors like us wouldn't even have a chance. We're rich. We're rich. We can take as much as we want. Tyrant Jia and the others rushed over excitedly. How do we store all this spiritual liquid? Xia Ping blinked his eyes. These elite students didn't seem to have anything like a bucket on them. It was too difficult to store all this spiritual liquid. After all, no one had a space ring like him. There were many buckets of water inside, so he could completely empty all the spiritual liquid and pluck it all away. Whoosh! Without waiting for Xia Ping to ask, Tyrant Jia and the others each took out a bag the size of a palm. This was the crystallization of human technology, nanobag. This nanobag was extremely tough. Even if a ton of force was applied, it wouldn't be torn. It was also very elastic, like a balloon. As long as you blew, it would expand. Splash! Tyrant Jia and the others each took out a nanobag and placed it on the surface of the pool. Soon, the nanobag expanded to the size of 2 or 3 watermelons. It contained a total of 40 to 50 kilograms. There were a total of 13 elite students. They took away a few hundred kilograms. But for this deep pool, it was just a small portion. It was nothing. Brother Xia, Aren't you planning to take away the spiritual liquid? Tyrant Jia looked at Xiaoping curiously. Everyone else was moving to store the spiritual liquid, but this kid was still standing there and acting cool. It seemed like he didn't want to move at all. Don't be anxious. I plan to cultivate here for a while and directly absorb the spiritual liquid. Xiaoping smiled. He casually found an excuse. After all, he didn't want others to find out that he had a spatial ring. He wanted to wait for these people to leave before moving all the spiritual liquid here. Previously, there were many elite students who came here. But because they couldn't carry too much, they could only take a portion of the spiritual liquid and leave. But he was different. With the existence of his spatial ring, he could completely loot this place and let those who came later eat dirt. Brother Xia, you still want to cultivate in this place? Lian Jingshan was shocked. Don't go there. This isn't a safe place. After all, the location of this valley isn't very secret. Many seniors already know about it. Maybe even the demon race knows about it. If you cultivate here and are seen by those enemies, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending. He tactfully reminded Xiaoping of the danger here. The other elite students also nodded. Because of this, they planned to take the spiritual liquid away and go to other safe places to cultivate. They also wanted to break through to the Grandmaster realm. In this way, they could have a great advantage in the celestial demon battlefield and obtain more treasures. Demon race? Don't worry, they're already here. Xiaoping narrowed his eyes and looked outside the valley. What? Hearing this, Lian Jingshan and the others were shocked. They immediately followed Xiaoping's gaze and looked over. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next second, dark clouds covered the valley, and a demonic wind blew, sweeping up a terrifying black wind. Soon, tyrannical demons appeared in the valley. Some of them were wolf demons, some were ox demons, some were snake demons, and so on. There were all kinds of strange creatures. There were 40 to 50 of them. Moreover, each demon was at the peak of the martial master realm. Their chi and blood were vigorous, and they were many times more terrifying than the previous demons. Damn, how did they come so fast? Chapter 656. It can't be. There are humans in the valley. One of the demons immediately noticed Xiaoping and the others and immediately became vigilant. Could it be that these humans know that there's a spiritual spring in this valley? That's why they rushed over. These humans have come to the Sky Demon battlefield so many times. It's not surprising that they discovered this secret. Damn it! The treasures in the Sky Demon battlefield belong to us demons. These lowly humans actually dare to snatch them. They're too audacious. They're courting death. Kill! Kill these humans immediately. Kill them until they're afraid of entering the Sky Demon battlefield. Lowly humans want to snatch our treasures? That's 10,000 years ago. Immediately, the demons were filled with killing intent as they stared at Xiaoping and the other elite students. Terrifying killing intent brewed. Even the air seemed to boil and the ground trembled. Tyrant Jia and the others immediately became nervous. They were at a disadvantage. The other party had dozens of demons, while they only had a dozen people. They could not match up to them in terms of numbers. If they really fought to the death, more than half of them would probably die. Tell me, humans. How do you want to die? Do you want to be eaten alive by us, or do you want to be fried and cooked? Choose one. Said a wolf demon with silver fur arrogantly. This was a silver moon wolf. Even among wolves, they were considered a king race. Their bloodline power was tyrannical. Under the full moon, their strength would increase tenfold, making them invincible. Even if they were not under the full moon, their strength was no trifling matter. A pair of wolf claws tore through everything. Even titanium alloy could not withstand it. It was as fragile as paper. Demons, don't go too far. If we fight to the death, you'll also suffer heavy losses. I think we should negotiate to avoid conflict. An elite student gave his opinion. Bastard! With a bang, the Silvermoon Wolf suddenly slapped him. It contained terrifying power, instantly slapping the elite student to the ground. A red handprint appeared on his fair face, and 2 or 3 of his front teeth fell out. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground and screamed. Then, it fiercely stomped on the elite student's head. Who do you think you are? You want to fight to the death with us demons and make us suffer heavy losses? You overestimate yourselves. Even if it's just me, it's enough to slaughter all of you dozens of times over. You actually dare to be so arrogant? You humans don't have weapons, you're just lowly bastards, do you understand? You are only fit to be food for us demons. He continuously stepped on the elite student's body, circulating the demonic energy in his body, instantly destroying the elite student's meridians, causing him to be unable to unleash any power. He could only be trampled on like a dog. If it was a battle between the two of them, this elite student wouldn't be so weak. However, this was in the middle of a negotiation, and the other party had the advantage in numbers. In addition, he didn't expect that the Silver Moon Wolf didn't intend to negotiate with them at all and attacked instantly. He was hit by the sneak attack and was instantly crippled, unable to resist. Bastard! The group of elite students widened their eyes. They couldn't bear to watch any longer. Seeing their companion being humiliated and trampled on like this, they couldn't bear it at all. They wanted to save him. What's wrong? You want to fight against us demons? Do you want to die dozens of times? Suddenly, the demons behind him stood up, their faces ferocious, and their demonic auras shot up into the sky. In an instant, the terrifying demonic aura crushed down like a mountain, suppressing the elite students to death. It was as if they couldn't even breathe. It was as if they dared to move recklessly, the all-pervasive killing intent would instantly take their lives. Wait, look! A fire snake demon that was over 100 feet long immediately exclaimed, "Isn't that human the champion of this year's genius contest, Xiaoping? He's actually here too." Its eyes narrowed as it saw Xiaoping in the crowd. What? Human Xiaoping? That human is actually here too. What a coincidence. This human is already on our demon clan's must-kill list. If we kill him, we'll be rewarded handsomely. I heard that the Crow of Misfortune has its eyes on him as well. It wants to capture him alive and train him as a slave. Our luck is too good. I didn't expect to find this human Xiaoping so quickly. Even the heavens are helping us. The demons were all very careful. They all stared at Xiaoping, their eyes flashing with a strange light. It was as if they saw Xiaoping as a fat sheep, ready to be slaughtered at any time. Although they were in the monster race, they were still very well informed. They were very clear about the human race geniuses, especially the human race geniuses who posed the greatest threat to the monster race. They would never forget them. Therefore, these demons recognized Xiaoping right away and knew that he was the champion of the genius contest. This is bad. Tyrant Jia and the others' expressions changed. If Xiaoping's identity was leaked, these demons would not let this go. This battle would be unavoidable. Even if they wanted to negotiate, the demons would not agree. Human Xiaoping. The Silver Moon Wolf stared at Xiaoping. I heard that you are the champion of this year's genius contest. Looks like you have great potential and are very suitable to be a loyal servant of the demons. This identity is not a disgrace to the wolves. I order you to kneel and pledge your loyalty to me, the Silver Moon Wolf. Its expression was arrogant, as if it was saying something natural. It was like a king, born to be above all. Servant.
Tyrant Jia and the others' expressions were very ugly. They knew that many powerful humans had been captured by the demons. Some were eaten, some were tortured to death. But there were also some who were captured as servants, working like cattle and horses for the demons. Just like slaves in ancient times, they had no freedom. If their masters wanted them dead, they had to die. Their situation was very miserable. If Xia Ping was captured by these demons, he would not have a good ending. Noisy. With a boom, Xia Ping took out the hell spear and threw it at the silver moon wolf. Dong! The hell spear turned into a black light, breaking through 10 times the speed of sound. It tore through the air and made a buzzing sound. In an instant, it pierced through the silver moon wolf's heart, leaving a huge bloody hole in its huge body. A large amount of blood flowed down, dyeing the ground red. The silver moon wolf suddenly felt a sharp pain all over its body. This pain seemed to take away all its life force in an instant. Terrifying True Yuan rampaged through its meridians, crazily destroying them. However, the demon race's strong vitality allowed it to not die yet. It still had one last breath.
Chapter 657. So what if I want to kill you? Do I have to treat you to a meal? Useless. Xia Ping looked at the silver moon wolf and slapped the air. The energy left in the silver moon wolf by the hell spear exploded. With a boom, its huge body was blown into pieces. With a swoosh, he grabbed with his hand. With a thought, the hell spear returned to his right hand. Originally, he didn't want to bother with these monsters, but they liked to court death. Every time they met, they would shout and kill, wanting to kill all the humans. The conflict was irreconcilable. This silver moon wolf was even more despicable. It wanted to capture him alive and make him a slave, making him wish he was dead. Since it was like this, he would return the favor. What was the point of talking to these monsters? He would just kill them on the spot and smash their heads. If he didn't show his power, they would think he was a sick cat. That's ridiculous. One stab to death. Seeing this, Tyrant Jia and the others couldn't help but gulp. This silver moon wolf had a noble bloodline and an extraordinary demonic aura. It was probably a descendant of a demon king. At the very least, it was a powerful monster that could enter the top 100 of the genius competition. It couldn't be underestimated. But now, it was stabbed to death by Xia Ping's spear. It didn't even have the strength to resist. It was a complete mess. This kid is even stronger than during the genius competition. Unfathomable. Lian Jingshun also took a deep breath. He was already here, yet he could still improve so quickly. How could he let others live? If Xia Ping wanted to kill him, it would be a matter of one stab. Bastard human, how dare you kill a member of the demon race? Kill him immediately. Kill his entire clan. Go, kill him. We won't stop until he's dead. Seeing the silver moon wolf die in one stab, its entire body exploding into pieces of minced meat, all the monsters were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. With so many of their members here, they had the absolute advantage. Plus, they thought of themselves as nobles and looked down on humans. It was simply contempt. Who would have thought that under such circumstances, this kid would still dare to attack? Xia Ping's speed was too fast, so fast that they couldn't react at all. Only when the silver moon wolf was stabbed to death did they know what had happened. One could imagine how furious they were when all these factors added up. They even wanted to kill Xia Ping. Whoosh! A fire snake demon that was over 100 feet long pounced over. It coiled on the ground like a small mountain. When it opened its huge mouth, it could even swallow an elephant. The idiom, "a snake swallows an elephant" from Earth was not a joke here, but a fact. If it grew to the king realm and the demon king was born, the snake demon would be able to swallow all the humans in a small city in one gulp. It wouldn't even need to chew. Boom! A King Kong mantis demon also rushed forward. Its body was covered with golden heptachi, and its whole body was covered with metal armor. Its pair of blades were extremely sharp, and even the ancient treasured sword that could cut iron like mud could not compare. It moved in an instant. It was simply like a master of the saber Dao. Saber chi swept across the sky and covered the earth, enough to tear everything apart. In an instant, it covered Xia Ping's entire body. Whoosh! In the sky, there was also a wind eagle demon. It rode the wind like a supersonic plane. Its body formed a terrifying airflow, and its speed was extremely fast. Its sharp beak could penetrate a mountain. At this moment, a terrifying demon attacked and instantly locked on to Xia Ping's chi. No matter where Xia Ping escaped to, it would be useless. He would definitely die. It's over. Tyrant Jia and the others suddenly turned green, and their bodies were trembling. Each of these demon race geniuses contained the bloodline of the king. Their strength was tyrannical, and even compared with the top 100 geniuses, they were not inferior. But now, dozens of such demons attacked at the same time, targeting Xia Ping and launching a fatal blow. It was estimated that in the face of such an attack, even an expert who had just entered the Master Realm would be seriously injured, or even directly killed. There was no way to resist at all. The gap between the two sides was too big. You are courting death. Xia Ping was unmoved. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, he took out the bewitching soul bell and immediately poured his spiritual ether into it. Ding dang dang dang. In an instant, with Xia Ping's body as the center, there was immediately a ripple. The terrifying psychic wave was like a wave, sweeping in all directions. The area within a radius of a few hundred meters was surrounded by this powerful psychic power. What? Suddenly, the demons at the scene were affected by this psychic wave. It fiercely bombarded their souls, causing them to immediately fall into a trance. It was as if at this moment, they had all lost consciousness, and their minds were momentarily blank. Kill! Although it was only for a moment, for an expert, 1 second was enough to kill the enemy dozens of times. Xia Ping clenched the hell spear in his hand and attacked the group of demons. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, densely packed spear shadows appeared in the air. Every spear shadow condensed into a solid substance, emitting the aura of hell. It was full of sharp power, and it was indestructible. Bang! The fire snake demon let out a shrill scream. Its body, which was more than 100 feet long, was blasted into more than a dozen pieces. A large amount of blood was like spring water, spurting out on the ground, dyeing the ground red. Even though the King Kong mantis had the body of a King Kong, it was still easily pierced by the power of the hell spear. Even its heart was smashed, and a bloody hole appeared in its chest. It fell to the ground, its eyes wide open, as if it couldn't believe that it had died just like that. The wind eagle demon flying in the sky was the most miserable. It was pierced by a spear shadow, and the aura of hell exploded. In an instant, it was blown into pieces, and large pieces of flesh and blood flew out, sprinkling on the ground. It was estimated that even immortals would not be able to save this demon. Not only these demons, but other demons that were close to Xia Ping were also pierced by the power of the hell spear. Their entire bodies exploded, turning into pieces of minced meat. Only the demons that didn't have time to attack survived, but there were only a few of them, and they were not a threat. What the hell happened? Tyrant Jia and the other elite students were in a state of confusion, because the power of the soul-sucking bell had also affected them, causing them to be in a trance for a moment. However, when they regained consciousness, they discovered that the ferocious demons in the entire valley had been slaughtered. They had turned into minced meat and blood flowed like a river. The remaining demons were also scared pale, trembling on the ground, as if they were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that such a thing had happened. Chapter 658. Monster, this human is a monster. He killed so many of our companions in one move. How did he do it? This is the human race's pride. How can he be so terrifying? Didn't they say that humans only rely on technological weapons to be arrogant, and that their martial strength is weak? What's going on now? The remaining monsters looked at Xiaoping in fear. Now, they truly saw what it meant to be the champion of the genius tournament, and what it meant to be invincible. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. To be able to fight his way out of the billions of humans, among the countless monstrous geniuses, and come out on top, suppressing the other heroes, and be considered by some big shots to have the potential to become an invincible king, how could such combat strength be ordinary? Previously, they were all arrogant and thought that with the talent of humans, no matter how powerful they were, they could not compare to the demon race, and that they could defeat this so-called human with a single move. But now, reality gave them a harsh slap in the face, making them dizzy. Dozens of peak martial master monsters with the bloodline of a demon king were killed by this terrifying human. They couldn't even break the skin of their opponent. Such a shocking fact was simply unimaginable to them. Now, they finally realized that the generous reward for killing human geniuses was not so easy to obtain. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Tell me, how do you want to die? Do you want to be steamed, roasted, or skinned? Choose your own way to die. Xiaoping looked at the group of monsters calmly. What goes around comes around. Tyrant Jia and the others were in a good mood. Just now, the group of monsters had the upper hand and were extremely domineering, treating humans as fish on the chopping block. They were simply too arrogant. But now, it was finally their turn to taste the feeling of being fish on the chopping block. Human, don't go too far. A monster gritted its teeth and glared at Xiaoping. It felt endless grievance in its heart. Since when had the demon race fallen to such a state, to be threatened by a puny human and treated like slaves? The other monsters were also furious, wishing they could kill Xiaoping immediately. But after witnessing Xiaoping's terrifying combat strength, he killed dozens of monsters in one move. Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to withstand a single move from this terrifying human. So what if I bully you? Die! How could Xiaoping let them go? They all wanted to start a war, but it was not up to them to decide when it would end. He must annihilate all of these demons. Damn it! The group of demons felt a chill run down their spines. The killing intent in the void was omnipresent. It was as though it had transformed into a sword that was slicing at their bodies. It was as though their chi activity had been completely locked on. Even if they wanted to escape, they would be instantly killed, as if they were being targeted by the Grim Reaper. Stop, human! How dare you kill my demon brothers? Aren't you afraid of your clan being wiped out? Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from afar, shaking several li. In the distance, a huge black fog came from the sky, covering the sky and the sun. A demonic wind blew, and at the same time, cawing sounds, like the cawing of crows, could be heard, causing people to shiver. It was as if an emissary from hell had arrived. The crows of misfortune. The crows of misfortune are here. Some demons immediately recognized the flying creature in the sky. It was the peerless genius of the demon race, the crows of misfortune. Although they did not know why the crows of misfortune would come to the valley, they all knew that with the crows of misfortune here, they would be saved. It would not be the turn of this human to act wildly. Great, with the crows of misfortune here, that human will definitely not dare to attack. How dare he attack? Isn't he afraid of the demon race's revenge and annihilating his entire clan? Immediately, all the demons were overjoyed. They felt as though they had escaped from death. With the protection of the crows of misfortune, their lives were finally saved. Not allowed to kill. Who do you think you are? Xiaoping snorted coldly, his killing intent soaring. His true essence boiled like lava. Holding the hell spear, he rushed towards the group of demons. No, no, no! All the demons were dumbfounded. They could feel Xia Ping's terrifying killing intent. They did not expect the human to still dare to attack even when the crows of misfortune were here. Some of the demons wanted to escape, some wanted to fight back, and some wanted to dodge, but it was all useless. Compared to Xia Ping, who was holding the precious weapon, the Hell's Spear, their strength was too far apart. This kind of gap was basically the same as the gap between a peak martial master and a grandmaster. It was almost impossible to make up for. When these demons let out miserable cries for help, the power of the Hell's Spear turned into countless spear shadows, easily piercing through the bodies of the demons present. "Bastard, how dare you kill my brothers of the demon race?" Sensing this situation, the crow of misfortune was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. Despite knowing that it was coming, the human was still trying to kill it. However, they were too far away from Xia Ping, and it was simply beyond their reach. Moreover, Xia Ping's attack was so fast that even the speed of sound was not enough to describe such a speed. Therefore, they could not stop him at all. They could only watch Xia Ping kill their brothers of the demon race. Bang! 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 The Hell's aura immediately exploded, and the bodies of the demons instantly exploded into countless pieces of flesh and blood. Blood sprayed everywhere like rain, dyeing the ground red. The heads of these demons flew in all directions, and their eyes were wide open. Clearly, they had died with grievances and were extremely unwilling to die. Too ruthless. When Tyrant Jia and the other elite students saw this scene, their hearts trembled violently. It was as if someone was squeezing their hearts. No one expected Xia Ping to be so ruthless. Even though he knew that the crows of misfortune were coming and tried to stop them, he still did not move. Instead, he killed all the demons in front of the crows of misfortune. This was clearly a slap to the crows of misfortune's face. This was sowing endless hatred. Whoosh! A few seconds later, a huge bird with a body of 4 to 5 meters and a pair of black wings that covered the sky appeared in front of everyone. It was completely black, and its body lingered with the aura of death. With its body as the center, it seemed to have formed a death domain with a diameter of more than 10 meters. It was pitch black, as if even the sunlight had been sucked dry. Many elite students gasped. The two black, unfathomable eyes of death with vortexes in the depths of its pupils stared at them. Immediately, they felt like they were being killed by the Grim Reaper. It was as if their lives would be taken away in the next second. This was the famous crows of misfortune. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.